All right, here comes our next pair of stock eliminators in the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left lane. Boat number 877 is Justin Stewart. White Girl Wasted, the name of the boat, dialed in at a 9.15 out of Austin, Texas. Sponsored by Aquatic Balance Pool Service, RV Props, Infamous Brewery, Brady Truck Service. Blackie Bame and Blackie's Magic in the right lane. Here we go. So Stewie didn't get the run he wanted, almost 0.4 of a second for a reaction time, and ran a 9:47 with a 3 on a 9:15 dial in. Blackie Bame on the other side, always consistent. And now your number one qualifier, at least through the first few boats. We'll see how it goes. 29/100 of a second for reaction time, dialed in at a 10:58 and ran a 10:60 with a 2. For a 68-mile-an-hour pass. Here comes your next pair of stock eliminators in the Hawkins Battery Golf Cars left lane. Both try that again. Boat number 817 is Stephen Russell. Calls the boat Harry Canary. He's dialed in at a 9:35. And in the Superior Audio Sounds right-hand lane, boat number 1776 is Ricky Brooks. He calls that boat American Pride. Dialed in at a 9.5. Here we go. So Stephen Russell and Harry Canary, 11/100 of a second for a reaction time, and ran a 9:44. 9:44 on a 9:35 for a 78-mile-an-hour pass. And Ricky Brooks on the other side, 97,000ths of a second for a reaction time, 0.97. And then on a 9.5 dial in, he ran a little fast and broke out by just over 13/100 of a second. Ran a 9:36 and 3 for an 83, almost 84-mile-an-hour pass. So I was not aware of this, but if you're looking for ways to watch our live stream on Racer H2O, I know I've talked about their website, and I've also talked about the ability to watch them on YouTube. YouTube. I was not aware that they are also broadcasting on Facebook Live, also on Twitter, and also on Twitch. So you have options. In the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left lane, boat number 40. That's going to be John Murray out of Kingsland, Texas. The boat's a Mirage with a Mercury 142 for power. They call it Hot Water 6, sponsored by John Meatball Murray, still alive, LBJ Partners Realty, and Marshall Marine. And in the Superior Audio Sounds right lane, boat number 169 is Michael Ratliff. Capital Punishment, the name of that machine. He's dialed in at a 9.4. Couple of outboards out there getting it done. Here we go. So the Meatball off the line in 75/100 of a second and ran a 983 with a 4. 983 with a 4 on a 925 dial in for an 81-mile-an-hour pass. And Michael Ratliff on the other side, 13/100 of a second for his reaction time and ran a 939 with a 9. and just barely by a thousandth of a second broke out of his 9.4 dial-in, which unfortunately puts him in the number 11 qualifying spot right now. Modified Eliminator, you guys should already be at the in-ramp. Modified Eliminator should already be there. Top Eliminator should be warmed up and ready. I'll be calling you shortly. Pro Eliminator, you guys should be geared up and ready to go. After that will be Quick, then Pro Jet, Pro Comp Flat, Pro Outlaw, and Pro Mod in that order. Also, here on the course and, you know, in the local area right around here, we are broadcasting live 87.9 FM, 87.9 FM. We'll get you all of our announcing wherever you are on the race course or in the pits. If you're having a hard time hearing where you're at, 87.9 FM will get it for you. All right, here's your next pair of stock eliminators in the Hudgens Battery and Golf Cars. Left lane, boat number 0647 is Gavin Snyder. Calls the boat Young Gun. Sponsored by Rio Medina Truck and Auto, Real Fab and Weld, Lilly Construction, Custom Powder Coating, Four-Way Bar, Long's Machine, Jeff Gibson Insurance, Racers Insuring Racers, Guild Mortgage, Reagan and Angie Everett, Rowdy Tees, R&S Construction, Trinity Ministries, Twisted Tags and Embroidery, Illuma Lighting, and thanks to his family and crew. Bailey Schmidt, boat number 007X, the Silver Bullet, is in the Superior Audio Sounds right lane, dialed in at 11.1. Modified Eliminator, this is your final call to the in-ramp, please. Modified Eliminator, your final call. Top Eliminator, need you guys to bring your boats to the in-ramp, please. Top Eliminator, bring them to the in-ramp. Pro Eliminator, need you guys to be warmed up, ready to go. Quick Eliminator, stand by. Gavin Snyder was off the line in 23/100ths of a second and ran a 9:17 with a 6. 9:176 for an 84-mile-an-hour pass. It's good enough for the 5 spot in the first round. Bailey Schmidt, 74, almost 3/4 of a second for a reaction time. And then not a bad run, actually. Good enough for the number 4 spot. Dialed in at 11.1, ran an 11:21 with a 7. So here's our next pair in the Hudgens Battery and Golf Cars left lane. Boat number 064, Bruno Knopp. Dialed in at a 9 and 85. Calls the boat checkered past. And in the Superior Audio Sounds right lane, boat number 1457 is Zachary Watson. Chicks dig it. He's dialed in at a 9 flat. So Bruno now off the line in 43 hundredths of a second, ran a 973 with a 3, a little faster than the 985 dial in. And that'll put him all the way down in the number 15 spot. In the Superior Audio Sounds right lane, Zachary Watson in the Chicks Dig It machine, 903 with a 1 on a 9 flat dial in, and that's good enough to put him in the number 2 qualifying spot in the first round, with, I believe, only one boat left to run. All right, we got a boat shut down out there in the shutdown area. Oh, thank you. So when we get him clear, next up in the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left lane is going to be boat number 982. That is Dusty Peterson coming all the way over from Los Alamos, New Mexico, in a boat he calls Collusion. Not sure which boat that was. I can't tell from here, but they're getting him towed to the out ramp. And as soon as we get that clear, we'll let Dusty Peterson make his run. Calls the boat Collusion. Dialed in at a 9 and 25, racing out of Los Alamos, New Mexico. All right, starter called for the lights. All right. Dusty Peterson taking his shot at it. 63 hundredths of a second for a reaction time. Dialed in at a 925, ran a 940 with an 8. 9408 for a 78 mile an hour pass, and that'll actually put him in the number 6 spot at the end of the first round of qualifying. Top Eliminator. Need you guys at the in-ramp, please. Top Eliminator. Need your boats at the in-ramp, please. Pro Eliminator, you guys should be warmed up and ready to go. All right, and now we're moving into Modified Eliminator. Modified Eliminator runs on an 8-second index. Jesse James Jr. is in the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left lane, boat number 517. He calls it the Outlaw. Racing out of Tyler, Texas, sponsored by Lone Star Millworks, David and Kerry Muller, Cedarbuilt, Eagle Motorsports, and JCD. And in the Superior Audio Sounds right lane, boat number 572 is Tyler Boehm. Out of Rio Medina, Texas, sponsored by Walton Construction Services, Ed and Debbie Kanitsky, BBC Farms, Rio Medina Truck and Auto. Jesse James Jr., just a solid, absolutely solid racer with a solid machine. And that is not to take anything away from anybody else, but man, you can just expect an absolutely textbook run from Jesse James, and that's exactly what we saw right now. He was last year's High Points champion, and he's on the road toward possibly being the High Points champ again this season. Going to take a bit for somebody to bump him out of that. Andrew Decker's the only one that's even close. Jesse James Jr. makes that run with 37 thousandths of a second left behind for a reaction time, and then ran an 8:009. 8:009 on an 8-second index. And in the Superior Audio Sounds right lane, boat number 572, Tyler Boehm. And the Slippery Pickle, 52 thousandths of a second for a reaction time for him, and ran an 8:62 with a 4. Top Eliminator, this is your final call to the in-ramp. Top Eliminator, your final call. Pro Eliminator, I need you guys to the in-ramp, please. Quick Eliminator, need you to start warming up. Speaking of Andrew Decker, number 2 in the points race, and he's in the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left lane, boat number 311. He calls it in too deep out of Buckholz, Texas. Hardy Cole in a boat he calls Booger Red is in the Superior Audio Sounds right lane, boat number 018 rather. So Andrew Decker runs an 8:03 with a 3 on an 8-second index with 23 hundredths of a second for a reaction time. Hardy Cole, check this out. This kid had a run right there. 4 thousandths of a second for a reaction time, 0:04. And then on an 8-second index, he ran an 8:001. 8:001. That is definitely the run he was looking for right there, and that's good enough for the number 1 qualifying spot. And I'm pretty sure that'll hold. We'll see what happens. There's still a whole bunch of boats left to run. In the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left lane, boat number 0657 is Grant Snyder. He calls that one Big Iron. Sponsored by Rio Medina Truck and Auto, Rio Fab and Welding, Lilly Construction, Custom Powder Coating, 4-Way Bar, Damon Decker, 212 Athletics, Jeff Gibson Insurance, Guild Mortgage, Reagan and Angie Everett, Rowdy Tees, R&S Construction, Long's Machine, Postal Annex, your home office, Twisted Tags and Embroidery, Illuma Lighting, and thanks to the family and crew. And in the Superior Audio Sounds right-hand lane, boat number 252 is Miss Tanya Scribner, all the way over from Lake Havasu City, Arizona. Calls the boat Wicked TNT. Sponsored by Mr. T-Shirt, Lou Larson, Conley Marine, Mom, Dad, and Max. That boat's a Conley powered by a big block Chevrolet. Well, they both turned it red. Grant Snyder turned it red by 0.14 of a second, ran an 8.12 with a 2. Tanya Scribner on the other side turned it red by 0.18 of a second and ran an 8.42 with a 1. Here's your next pair of modified eliminators in the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left lane. Boat number 157. Going to be James Kemp. He calls the boat Side Chick. Sponsored by J&J Transportation, 4K Enterprises, Ranchero Concepts, Eagle Motorsports, Guy Hand Motorsports, FloatFix.com in Tyler, Texas. And in the Superior Audio Sounds right-hand lane, boat number 1111 is Stephen Walls. Calls the boat Happy Hour. Sponsored by Fastline Fabrications, Buddy Johnson, Walls Tractor Repair, Machine Works Incorporated, Schaefer Oils, O'Reilly Auto Parts in San Angelo, Joe Yarbrough, FPC Services, James and Judy Sheffield, Wayman Pitchford Incorporated, William R. Pascal and Sons Fine Woodworking. Special thanks to his wife Dawn for being his tow. Steve, Sella, Bruce, Cody, Mandy, Michelle, Marvin, Billy, and Tag all helping out. So James Kemp jumped early and turned it red by 0.2 of a second and then ran a 7.86 with a 4 on an 8-second index. He was in a big hurry at both ends of the course. Stephen Walls on the other side, 0.1 of a second for a reaction time. And then a little fast at the big end as well. 75 thousandths of a second too early, ran a 7.92 with a 4. Hey, attention up and down the road right here and folks watching and in the pit area. If you do not have your yellow armband, either get it out of your pocket and put it on, or go down to see Stacy and get one, because one way or the other, you need to have that. We do have people checking, and unfortunately, if you don't have one, you may be asked to leave. So please make sure you've got your armband. If you don't have one, go back and see Stacy at the gate coming in, and she will get you squared away. Also, that goes for golf cart passes. If you don't have a sticker on your golf cart, you need to go get one of those as well, or your side-by-side, whatever you're driving around. Needs to have an ATV sticker on it. Vehicles, same thing. If your vehicle's in the pit area or in the camp in the area here and you don't have a pit access pass on the vehicle, you need to go back and get one. In the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left lane, boat number 000 is CD Word out of San Angelo, Texas. They call that boat Rockets Red Glare, sponsored by CW Metal Construction and family, Becky, Megan, Corey, Chris, Case, and Miranda Word. And in the superior audio sounds right lane, boat number 315 is Austin Fugate out of Fort Worth, Texas. Calls the boat Minimum Effort. Sponsored by Two Guys Marine, Fugate Construction, Beaver Fab, Tony Hendricks Engines. CD Word and the Rockets Red Glare Machine off the line in 74 of a second, ran an 8:23 with a 3 on an 8-second index, and that's good enough for the number 5 qualifying spot in the first round. Austin Fugate, a quarter of a second for a reaction time, and then ran too fast at the big end. Ran a 787 with a 1, 787 with a 1 on an 8-second index. And we still have 3 boats left in the field. Hey, y'all do me a favor and just take a look around and see if there's any trash around your little area. If there is, please pick that up. Make sure it gets in the appropriate receptacles. All the kids that normally would be out here picking up trash for us are all in school. So let's do a little bit of that ourselves and clean up the area around us. Right now in the Hawkins Battery Golf Cars. Left-hand lane is boat number 794. That's Randy Mcdonald. Calls the boat High Voltage. Sponsored by Bloomer Trailers, Alltex Welding, Pat Kinsey Drywall, Tim Ortiz, Squat Speed Marine, George Olson, Mom, Dad, Melanie, and his fiancee Caitlin. And in the superior audio sounds right lane, boat number 345 is Jeremy Alexander. Calls the boat Blue Bayou. Here we go. Whew. Jeremy hugging that center line a whole bunch all the way down made me kind of nervous. Got a big old lane. He was only using one little section over on the left. But either way, he got it done. 51 thousandths of a second for his reaction time and ran an 8:08 with a 9, which is good enough for the number 5 qualifying spot in the first round. Check this one out, though. Randy Mcdonald, 26 thousandths of a second for a reaction time, ran an 8:0009. Number 1 qualifier, and it will be tough to bump that one. 8:0009. Nine 10,000ths off of his number. Whew. I had to smoke my brain a little bit just to get to that one. All right, here we go. The last boat in the class. Last 2, rather. Sorry. Well, disregard completely. We're moving into top eliminator. And in the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars, I really do know what I'm doing, y'all. I promise. It doesn't always sound like it, but I do. In the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left lane, boat number 050 is Bob Winder out of Lake Hills, Texas. Calls the boat Mama's Diamond. Sponsored by Merrick Brothers, Hudson's Automotive, Site Pro, United Rentals, L&W Materials, Action Gypsum, Lone Star Materials, and United Tool. And in the superior audio sounds right lane, boat number 655 is Ashley Winslet out of Dallas, Texas. Calls the boat Vanishing Breed. Sponsored by Rhino Co., Rebecca Banks, Fastline Fabrications. Thanks to Mom, Dad, Brian, Chantel, Ryder, Nancy Stacks, Bill Diaz. Racing for the Davises, her mentors and family. Jerry, Nancy, and Max racing in heaven. You will be missed. And dedicating this race in love and memory of Sam Stacks and the Stacks family. 7 seconds, the index for top eliminator. All right, we got our shutdown area cleared up. Here we go. Bob Winder, Mama's Diamond in the left lane. Ashley Winslet, Vanishing Breed in the right. Ashley Winslet is not playing, y'all. Let me just tell you that. That was a heck of a run right there. Ran a 7:03 with a 2. 7:03 with a 2 on a 7-second index. With 47 thousandths of a second for a reaction time. Bob Winder on the other side, 65 hundredths of a second for a reaction time. Ran a 7:33 with a 4. Ashley Winslet currently is the number 4 in points. But there's only a 500-point difference between her and the person in number 1. Like anything could happen on those top 4, top 5 people almost. It'll all depend on how people's day or how people's weekends go. That'll tell us what's going to happen. Here we go. Next pair for top eliminator in the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left lane. Boat number 828 is Kevin Conklin. Driving for Jim Burns. They call that boat Texas High Risk. Driving out of Midland, Texas. Sponsored by Bethany and Daniel Lindley. Tap Magic Cutting Oil, Hendrick Motors, and the entire crew always supporting. Wayman Pitchford Incorporated and Universal Equipment Sales and Rental. And in the Superior Audio Sounds right lane, boat number 990 is Steven Sutton. Calls the boat Borrowed Money. Here we go. Quick eliminator, we need your boats at the in-ramp, please. Quick eliminator, need your boats at the in-ramp. Kevin Conklin off the line in 29 thousandths of a second. Ran a 7:08 with a 3 on a 7-second index. And that'll put him in the number 2 qualifying spot at the moment. Steven Sutton, Borrowed Money. 7:61 with an 8, 48 thousandths of a second for a reaction time, and that's only good enough for the number 4 spot. Okay, here we go. In the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars, left lane, boat number 211 is Randy Cockrell. Can't Get Right, the name of the boat. Sponsored by Steve Pruitt and Hold My Beer. WBR Motorsports. His brother Wes, Bill Diaz, Lily Construction. Beautiful wife Samantha. Also Dirk Diggler and the Diggler Boys. And Camel Towing for when it's wedged in tight. And in the Superior Audio Sounds right lane, boat number 405 is Matt Miller. Calls the boat Miller Time out of El Reno, Oklahoma. Currently number 2 in the points. Sponsored by Miller Excavation, Huffman Performance, Smoke on the Water, Allie, Radley, Hazel, all helping him out. Matt Miller's got that thing dialed in as well, and he is now the number 1 qualifier. Ran a 7:01 with a 5 on a 7-second index for 107 mile an hour pass, 27 thousandths of a second for reaction time. Randy Cockrell, 15 hundredths of a second for his reaction time, and ran a 7:31 with a 2. All right. Here's your points leader right here in the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left lane. Boat number 715, Jerry Branham, trying to keep Matt Miller out. We'll see what happens. Racing out of Tyler, Texas. Calls the boat Back in Black, sponsored by WeSellGrass.com, Eagle Motorsports, Lone Star Pump, FloatFix.com, Pumps by Chop. And in the Superior Audio Sounds right lane, boat number 494 is George Olson out of Galveston, Texas. Calls the boat Money Well Wasted, sponsored by Olson Piling. So George Olson's only 220 points behind Jerry Branham. Like I said, this one's tight all the way up. Anything could happen. We'll have to wait and see. You got 5 seconds left on the countdown. Jerry Branham Back in Black in the left. George Olson, Money Well Wasted in the right. Here we go. Jerry Branham goes a little fast. On a 7-second index, he ran a 698 with a 1 and broke out by 18 thousandths of a second. And that'll take him all the way down to the number 8 qualifying spot, which I'm for sure is not where he wanted to be. 14 hundredths of a second for reaction time. George Olson, almost a half second to get off the line, and then ran a 706 with an 8 for 113 mile an hour pass, and that's good enough for the number 3 qualifying spot. So at the end of the first round for top eliminator, it looks like this. Matt Miller is in number 1 spot. Ashley Winslet behind him. George Olson, then Kevin Conklin, Randy Cockrell, Bob Winder, Steven Sutton, and Jerry Branham. So we're going to be moving now into Pro Eliminator, running on a 6.5 second index. And your first pair is in the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left lane, boat number 84. That's Don Topliff, just licensed into Pro Eliminator this morning. Calls that boat the Bullet. That's a Sanger powered by Chevrolet, sponsored by Whiskey River in San Angelo. Dr. T Racing, thanks to the crew chief, John Maschik. his wife Linda, daughter Brooke, and crew Ty Chandler and Doug Fox for all their help. And in the Superior Audio Sounds right lane, boat number 465 is Chad Coopit. Calls the boat Warpath, racing out of Broken Bow, Oklahoma. It's a DeMarco hull powered by Chevrolet, sponsored by Kinda Sharp Vinyl Graphics, Moonlit Mountain Cabins, and Outlaw Boat Races. Quick Eliminator, this is your final call to the in-ramp, please. Quick Eliminator, your final call. Pro Jet. Pro Jet, I need your boats to the in-ramp, please. Pro Comp Flat, start warming them up. Quick Eliminator, your final call. Pro Jet, bring them to the in-ramp. Pro Comp Flat, start warming them up. Pro Outlaw, you're on deck. Don Toplift, 26 hundredths of a second for reaction time, and then a little fast, 32 thousandths of a second too fast at the big end. On a 130 mile an hour pass, he ran a 646 with a 7 on a 6.5 index. And in the Superior Audio Sounds right lane, boat number 465 was Chad Coopit. He ran a 656 on a 6.5 index. That's a pretty nice run. He's going to be happy with that. His reaction time was 0.123. Your next pair for Pro Eliminator in the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left lane, boat number 657 is Gavin Snyder. He calls that boat 6 to Midnight. Sponsored by Snyder Motorsports, Napa, Rio Medina Truck and Auto, Rio Fab and Weld, Custom Powder Coating, Four-Way Bar and Grill, Trinity Ministries, Lilly Construction, Long's Machine Construction, Ringin and Angie Everett, Guild Mortgage, Postal Annex, your home office, Rowdy Tees, Twisted Tags and Embroidery, Illuma Lighting, and thanks to the family and crew. And in the Superior Audio Sounds right-hand lane, boat number 789 is Dawson Dickerson. Calls that boat Dad's Pocketbook. Sponsored by Harry's Machine, Affordable Engine, Olson Pilings, and SWAT Speed and Marine. You're welcome. Yeah. So I didn't see this before the pass, but y'all, Chad Coopit currently is number 1 in the points, and Gavin Snyder is number 2, and there's literally 4 points between them. So this race is big for both of these guys. We'll see what happens. Gavin Snyder, 17 hundredths of a second for a reaction time and ran a 643 with a 6. Got a little fast, and that is not what he wanted for sure, and that'll put him down in the number 4 qualifying spot. Dawson Dickerson, on the other hand, check this out. On a 6.5 index, he ran a 655 with a 1 on a 0.001 reaction time. 1,000th of a second reaction time. Dawson Dickerson making it look easy. And now we're moving into Quick Eliminator. In the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left lane, boat number 910 is Mr. Larry Flores, all the way over from Las Cruces, New Mexico. Sponsored by Dynamic Racing Engines, Pine Top Construction. Thanks to his wife, Kim Flores. Special thanks to Tom Garcia and all the shop boys, and also the Body Works and the good Lord above. He calls that boat Hydro Climatic. In the Superior Audio Right-hand lane, boat number 392 is Jason Goddard, Texas Red, out of San Angelo. Sponsored by Buddy Johnson, Steve Pruitt, Travis and Kim Dusick, Fastline Fabrication, Walls Tractor, Wayman Pitchford, James Brown, Judy Sheffield, FPC Services. So Jason Goddard turns it red by 0.03 of a second, and then got a little fast at the big end. He was 0.12 over, ran a 5.87 with a 9. Larry Flores, 0.15 of a second, ran a 6.06 with a 3 on a 6-second index, and that's good enough to give him the number 1 spot with only 1 run made. All right, next up in the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left lane, boat number 505. That is going to be Brody Martin. Calls the boat in the red. Sponsored by Phil's Automotive and Towing, Bandera Auto and Truck Supply, Propane Depot, JPM Farms, LLC, JC Jones Enterprises Incorporated, Lake Medina RV Resort, Winners Electric, Brutal Off-Road, Waterboys LLC, Environmental Comfort Solutions, the Bassinger family, Walker Ranch, Billy and Ricky Walker. And thank you to all of our sponsors. We greatly appreciate your support. And in the Superior Audio Sounds right lane, boat number 623 is Sambo Smith out of Morro Bay, Arkansas. Calls the boat Sucker Punch. Sponsored by Sambo Logging, GNC Machine, Brazos Feed, and Morro Bay Mafia. This race dedicated to Danny Anderson. 5 seconds left on the countdown. Here we go. Both drivers left in the red. Brody Martin turned it red by 26 thousandths of a second and ran a 6.300 on a 6-second index for a 134 mile an hour pass. Sambo Smith left 0.02 of a second too soon and then ran a 6.09 with a 5. 6.09 with a 5, and that's good enough for the number 2 spot right behind Larry Flores. ProJet, this is your final call to the in-ramp, please. ProJet, your final call. ProComp Flat needs you guys to the in-ramp. Pro Comp Flat needs you to the in-ramp. Pro Outlaw, warm them up and get ready. Pro Mod, you're on deck. Here's your next pair for Quick Eliminator in the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left lane. Boat number 060 is Tommy Powell. He's driving for Ray Males in a boat they call Blue Thunder. Sponsored by the Landing Zone, Blues Country Club, Dr. Feelgoods, Henson's Racing Engines. Special thanks to the Males family who made it possible for Ray to be here with us. And Robert Ledbetter for always helping out. Mama Cheryl, we miss you and we love you. And in the Superior Audio Sounds right lane, boat number 110 is Ken Jenkins. Calls the boat Through the Fire. That's a Cole powered by Chevrolet. Dedicating this race to Jackson. Special thanks to Gary Gray, Stacy, Rich, Sarah, Todd, and the volunteers for a great job as always. I don't know what the heck happened there. Tommy Powell left crazy early. Ken Jenkins in the 110 machine off the line in 55 thousandths of a second and ran a little fast. He ran a 5:95 with a 3 on a 6-second index. And broke out by 46 thousandths of a second. It'll still be good enough for the number 4 qualifying spot.
Hey troops, your old pal Jared coming at you again from San Angelo, Texas. SDBA Spring Creek Finals, and I'm here with the man himself, David Carroll. David, man, 2022, what a season. I know we still got one on the schedule, but this is the big one. This is for the championship here. This is great.
This is the one for the ring, buddy.
This is it. I mean, we have a full pits. I mean, tons of people here. And this is just Friday. It's only going to get crazier as we get into Saturday and Sunday, huh?
Hey, we got it. We're representing every class here from PWC to Top Fuel.
Got everybody coming. Got a big list of the stars are here this weekend. I mean, it's fantastic. It's been a great season. Let's wrap up this season here. Let's just talk about it real quick. I mean, had a lot of races. We were at every single one of them. You can watch all of them on demand on our YouTube channel. But is there anything that stands out as like your favorite part of this year so far?
Well, you know, San Angelo is always a good place to come. I mean, it's built for this. They put ramps on both ends. I mean, they've actually, the city itself reached out and built an extra ramp here for us to put in the end ramp here, which put the ramp behind the rope and really makes it nice to use. And it's the best made natural lake there is for sure.
Well, and it's a gorgeous part of Texas. It's a beautiful place. There's so much to do around here. San Angelo is a great place to race. We still have one more in Chandler, Arizona. It's going to be a big one on Firebird Lake.
Man, you know, pre-sales are huge out there right now, and there's lots of boats that are, I mean, I look for that to be a very big race. I mean, I think it could be the biggest race that we've ever put on out there.
Well, we got a big one we got to get through this weekend. We have 3 days of racing fans, all 3 being live streamed on the Racer H2O social media. It's all because of this guy right here, David Carroll. Thank you so much for sticking with us this year, and we're looking forward to next year, and here's to a great San Angelo race.
Hey, you guys are us, man. Thanks.
Race fans, welcome back to Racer H2O. Before we return to the show, please remember to subscribe to this channel or follow this page. Thanks. Now, let's get back to the racing.
That was Jerry Branham, boat number 915. They call it back in the day out of Tyler, Texas. He got his license this morning, I believe. Anyways, 23 thousandths of a second for a reaction time and ran a 6:32 with a 9. 6:32 with a 9 on a 6-second index.
Race fans, don't move. There's more racing on Racer H2O coming up right after these messages. Please be sure to subscribe to this channel or follow this page for more amazing watercraft racing coverage. Thanks again for watching Racer H2O. Race fans, don't forget to take those 3 simple steps to help Racer H2O on YouTube. First, subscribe to our channel by clicking on the subscribe button. Next, click on the like button to let everyone know how much you enjoyed watching our content. Then, be sure to click on the bell button to be informed anytime Racer H2O posts new content. Thanks for doing your part, race fans. We hope you enjoy our show.
RacerH2O.com is the place to go to find easy-to-use links to our social media. Watch, read, listen to, and enjoy our content on demand for free on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, and RacerH2O.com.
Race fans, welcome back to Racer H2O. Before we return to the show, please remember to subscribe to this channel or follow this page. Thanks. Now, let's get back to the racing.
here we go. Pro Comp Flat is in the lanes. Back to a dial in the Hawkins and Battery Golf Cars. Left lane, boat number 412 is Cole Henrik. Calls the boat Flat Attack. To DeMarco with a blown alcohol Chevrolet for power, sponsored by Heinrich Motorsports, Vic Fugate, Jim Mans, Brian Beaton, and Peterson Tire in San Antonio. And in the Superior Audio Sounds right lane, boat number 034 is Jeff Loring. Nasty Rumors, the name of the boat, out of Los Alamos, New Mexico, sponsored by Jay and Lori Crocker. Currently your high points leader by a lot. Whew. That Flat Attack machine was kind of bouncing around a little bit, gave me a little start. But it's all right. 22 thousandths of a second for a reaction time. He dialed in at a 6.5, ran a 7.28 with a 3, but I think that's because he got out of it a little bit. It got a little sideways. Jeff Loring on the other side, 0.001 for a reaction time, 0.014. But then a little fast on the big end, and he broke out by 57 thousandths of a second. Dialed in at a 6 flat, ran a 5.94 with a 2. All right, here we go. Pro Jet now, running to the 660 marker. And in the Hawkins Battery Golf Cars, left lane, boat number 356 is Robert Ledbetter. Owasso, Oklahoma is where he calls home. Calls the boat the Honey Badger. And in the Superior Audio Sounds right lane, boat number 987 is Jeremy Dickerson. Calls that boat Can't Quit out of Lake Charles, Louisiana. Robert Ledbetter way out ahead in points. I think it would take a miracle for anybody to catch him. I said good stuff about you.
Thank you. Thank you. Why is Dad in it? I don't know. Dad, you know that's not our golf cart. She told me to hold it down, don't let anyone see it. Trying to get y'all a new one? I mean, that one does backfire quite a bit. It does, and it's backfiring less. I think whatever it was, and it's like, you gotta figure out just the right trying.
All right, starter called for the lights. Here we go. In the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left lane is Robert Ledbetter, the Honey Badger. He's about 400 points out in front. Probably has this thing locked in. We'll see what happens. And in the Superior Audio Sounds right lane, boat number 987, Jerry Dickerson calls that one Can't Quit. Well, I'm not sure what happened to Robert Ledbetter. Little over a half second to get going, and then a 594 with a 6 at 71 miles an hour at half track. Jeremy Dickerson, 0.3 of a second for his reaction time, ran a 370. That's a little bit more like it, 128 mile an hour pass. Hopefully nothing major with Ledbetter, and he can get that boat squared away and get it back on the line for the next round of qualifying. Pro Outlaw, you guys should be already at the in-ramp. Pro Outlaw should be at the in-ramp. Pro Mod, you guys should be warmed up, ready to go. Top alcohol, flat, grab your gear. You're on deck. And I believe we're back to Pro Comp flat. Yes, indeed we are. Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left lane is boat number 331, Tim Ortiz out of Conroe, Texas, sponsored by Pat Kinsey Drywall, Pat, Rhonda, Archie, Gage, and Cash. Thanks to his wife for supporting his crazy dream. And big thanks to Melton and Jen Tolan for their help. He calls the boat Never Satisfied, and he's dialed in at a 665. In the Superior Audio Sounds right-hand lane, boat number 238 is Vic Fugate out of Fort Worth, Texas. Calls the boat Flat Blacked Out. Special thanks to Brent Fugate, Tony Hendrick Racing, and Two Guys Marine and David Carroll Racing, and he's dialed in at a 660. Well, I don't think that's how either one of those guys planned that going. Tim Ortiz had the same problem earlier in test and tune. It fired, but as soon as he tried to leave, it didn't go. This time he got it. Vic Fugate dialed in at a 660. The boat died right about the 875 marker-ish. Somewhere between 660 and 875, that boat shut down. 51 thousandths of a second, but he ran an 863 with a 9 and coasted across the line. He was already at 99 miles an hour at the 660, and then that's where it died. Pro Outlaw, this is your final call. Pro Outlaw, your final call to the in-ramp. Pro Modified. Bring them to the in-ramp, please. Pro Mod, bring them to the in-ramp. Top alcohol flat. Need you guys warmed up and ready to go. Top alcohol hydro, you're on deck. Well, Vic Fugate was able to get it started. He'll take it down to the out ramp. Both of those guys will take them back to the pits and see what happens. Tim Ortiz had that exact same problem earlier in test and tune, and I'm sure he's probably beyond frustrated right now. Here we go. Next pair for Procom Flat in the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left lane. Boat number 502 is Andy Comstock. Calls that boat Whiskey Tango. Dialed in at a 635, sponsored by AC/DC Electric, Night Sales and Manufacturing, Element Salon. Special thanks to Son Chase and friend Tony for all they do. And in the Superior Audio Sounds right-hand lane, boat number 075 is Larry Skiro out of Highland Haven, Texas. Calls the boat Flat Nasty. Dialed in at a 6'3". Sponsored by Blue Water Irrigation, John and Pat Heineke, Signs Across Texas, Joey Witterberg Construction, Charlie Cormier with EXPT Realty, Triple C Liquor, Four Season Ranch. Larry Skiro, 11 hundredths of a second for reaction time, ran a 6:48 with an 8 on a 6'3" dial in for 120 mile an hour pass. Andy Comstock, 12 hundredths of a second for reaction time, and a run good enough to give him the number one qualifying spot. He dialed in at a 6:35, ran a 6:37 for 121 mile an hour. And here we go in the Superior Audio Sounds right lane, boat number 099. They call that boat Bad Company too. That's Dylan Crownover. Driving for Jimmy Kinsey out of Granite Shoals, Texas. Thanks to Grandma and Grandpa, Crownover Fence and Welding, J&M Kinsey Plumbing. Special thanks to his new wife, Alicia. There's a nice run right there. Dialed in at a 6'3", ran a 6.60 with a 123 mile an hour pass. 25 hundredths of a second for a reaction time, and it's good enough for the number 3 qualifying spot. So at the end of the first round, Andy Comstock is your number 1 qualifier. Larry Skiro, number 2. Dylan Crownover, number 3. Cole Henrick in the 4. Vic Fugate, 5. Jeff Luring, number 6. And Tim Ortiz, number 7. And now moving into Pro Outlaw. And your current high points leader is in the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left lane. Boat number 077, that is Cody Childress out of Nemo, Texas. Calls the boat Bad Influence. Sponsored by Travis Tuttle, Lenco Transmissions, TD Transmissions, Galen and Betty Childress. Ken Jenkins, special thanks to his wife and kids, Bentley, Braxton, Brady, and Blakely. Thanks to Mama Judy. 5.2 seconds is the index for Pro Outlaw. In the Superior Audio Sounds right lane, boat number 521 is Rick Blethroad out of Odessa, Texas. Calls that boat Wild Thing. Couple of twin turbos strapped on the back of that thing. It sounds weird, but it runs good. Sponsored by Alliance Machine, Lone Star Gasket, and AAA RV. This is one of those points races that's pretty much locked up. There's 700 points different between the first and second runners. But crazier things have happened in drag racing, and we'll see how it goes. There's 10 seconds left on the countdown. Cody Childress, Bad Influence in the left. Rick Blethroad and the Wild Thing in the right. Capsules are down. Here we go. Cody Childress jumped early and turned it red by 35 hundredths of a second, but then ran a 5:27 with a 4 at 169 miles an hour. Rick Blethroad on the other side, 67 thousandths of a second for a reaction time, ran a 5:27 with a 2 on a 5.2 index at 178 miles an hour, and that's good enough to give him the number 1 qualifying spot thus far. This day's gone by fast. It's already 1 o'clock. If y'all starting to think maybe you missed lunch, that's because you did. And there are a whole bunch of food vendors set up down here in the vendor area down over by the Marina store over there. Break time 2 with eats and treats. I'm not sure exactly what. I didn't get a chance to look at the menu while I was over there earlier. El Trompo del Nescar, they've got tacos, quesadillas, and burgers. Boogie's has got burgers, brisket, and pulled pork. Hidden Treasures Cafe with wraps, burgers, and salads. And then the Valley Coffee Company got cold brew lattes over there. Cruise on over there and get yourself some lunch real quick. We don't want you hangry. So here's your next pair for Pro Outlaw in the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left lane. Boat number 765 is Gus Ward out of Sonora, Texas. They call the boat Whiskey Tango Foxtrot. And in the Superior Audio Sounds right-hand lane, boat number 1028 is Bill Wire. He calls that boat Alcoholic Behavior. Sponsored by BW Construction Company, Opie's Barbecue, Jackson Electric, Bayside Buggies, BCMT Trucking, Truck Country Outfitters, and a special thank you to his hard-working crew. Not entirely sure what we're waiting on. Oh, we're still loading a boat. Yeah, there's a tree between me and the right lane. I can't really see the start line down there. But when we get ready, Gus Ward and Whiskey Tango Foxtrot will be in the left lane. Bill Wire, alcoholic behavior, in the right. All right, here we go. Clock is running, 25 seconds on the countdown. Yeah. That's the way that's supposed to look right there. Too fast on one and the other, but at different ends of the course. Gus Ward turned it red by 0.07 of a second and then ran a 5:37 on a 5.2 dial-in, or 5.2 index, rather. Bill Wire on the other side, 0.19 of a second for a reaction time, but then ran a little fast at the big end, 74 thousandths of a second too quick, and got a 5.12 with a 5 for a 177-mile-an-hour pass.
What's up, troops? Joel Powell Jared coming at you again from San Angelo, Texas. When we say all access pass, we mean it. And when we're doing interviews with drag boats, if you're not interviewing Marty Logan, you're missing out. I tell you, top alcohol, hydro driver Marty Logan here with me. Marty, I tell you, man, I was so excited to get back here to San Angelo. This is a beautiful place to race. We've had a beautiful day. How is your boat ready? I mean, are we ready to go?
Yeah, we're ready. We've done tons of changes on this boat. We missed the last race up in Wheatland because of just issues with the boat. We couldn't get it fixed, we couldn't get parts, all this stuff that's going on nowadays. Anyway, we
supply chain. It's the supply chain.
Yeah, we revamped everything. We've got a whole new fuel tech ignition system in this boat. We've done a bunch of modifications to the actual hull itself. It should, on paper, it should really go fast, but we'll see. I'll be the first one to know. I'll let you know.
We've been looking at the water all day long with testing and everything. It looks absolutely gorgeous out there. We might see some records get broken today, huh?
Hey, I don't know about records out here. The air's pretty, it's about 5,000 or 6,000 foot air out here, so that's not really conducive to records. But the water is really nice. It's really smooth. We always love coming out here to San Angelo, Texas, Lake Nasworthy. It's great. The people's great. The crowd's great. And, you guys come on out, bring your kids, bring your cameras, sit in the boat, we'll take pictures, sign autographs, and we'll make you feel like family.
Yeah, I tell you, it's a 3-day event, fans. Come on out to San Angelo here at Lake Nasworthy. was Spring Creek Marina is the exact location. Come on out. 3 days. We've got all 3 of them coming at you on the Racer H2O live stream. But you got to experience this stuff in person. You got to meet this guy in person. This is Marty Logan, top alcohol hydro driver. Good luck today, bro.
I appreciate it, man. Thanks a bunch. Thanks for stopping by.
Yeah.
Race fans, welcome back to Racer H2O. Before we return to the show, please remember to subscribe to this channel or follow this page. Thanks. Now, let's get back to the racing.
A break in the action. Let me tell you about our sponsors making it possible for us to be out here for the season finale for the SDBA. I want to thank all of them very much. Spring Creek Marina, Discover San Angelo, Cooper's Barbecue, Can Do, Superior Audio, KCSA Community Radio, Photo Magic, Racing Junk, Sunoco Race Fuels, Marty Logan House of Color, Fatheads, DMPE Awnings, Nitrous Outlet, WCR Construction, Pat Kinsey Drywall, Petro Communication, Cisco Equipment, Hawkins Golf Carts, Town Square, WFO Motorsports, Precision Construction, San Angelo Chamber of Commerce, Fuzzy's Taco Shop, Universal Equipment Rentals and Sales, and San Angelo RV. All of those folks helping to sponsor us here for the season finals for the SDBA's 2022 season. We have had 5 races so far. This one is it. High points leaders will be decided this weekend. Lots on the line. And lots of great action still to be held. If you're just getting here, we did 1 round of test and tune this morning for anybody that wanted to. And we are almost through with round 1 of qualifying. We're going to run round 2 of qualifying here in just a little bit, and then we're going to come back and do that again tomorrow, I think without the test and tune. I'm not positive. We'll see. Don't quote me. All right, top alcohol flat. Final call. Pro Mod. There we go. Pro Mod, final call to the in-ramp. Top alcohol flat, need you guys at the in-ramp. Top alcohol hydro, need you warmed up, ready to go. And that means personal watercraft, need you guys standing by, ready to go for round 2. Want to send out a big hello and thank you to all the folks at Racer H2O. All right. Oh, I got the hiccups. Next up in the Superior Audio Sounds right lane, boat number 851. That is going to be Chris Bean out of Temple, Texas. That boat's a Texas outrigger. Blown alcohol, 540 cubic inches strapped in back there. Sponsored by Gisher Company, VS Gold Bureau, Wall Construction, CBB Properties. Racing out of Temple, Texas, and they call that boat Team Fisher. We've only seen this boat one other time this year, and that was here in San Angelo when we were here back in June. That's a nice looking boat right there and made a really nice looking run. 31 thousandths of a second too early. at the start line, and then too fast at the big end as well. Ran a 5.18 with a 9. 5.18 with a 9 on a 5.2 index and broke out by about 100th of a second. 167 mile an hour pass. And I believe that's going to bring us to Pro Mod. Pro Modified now running on a 5.6 second index. And your first pair looks like this. In the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left lane, boat number 255 is Cade Jenisek. All or Nothing, the name of the boat, sponsored by JP&E, Eric Dement and the Real Bad Boys, David Kirkland Racing, RESP, and Trinity Racing Ministry. And in the Superior Audio Sounds right-hand lane, boat number 716 is Sean Reed. Out of Puyallup, I messed that up, Puyallup, Washington. It's a Curtis powered by Chevrolet. Sponsored by NGK, Reed Trucking and Excavating, Hughes Oilfield Transportation, the crew, Steve Sparks, Billy Mendiola, Andrea Kayat. All right, starter called for the lights. There's 25 seconds on the countdown. Cade Jenisek, All or Nothing in the left lane. Sean Reed, Top Secret in the right. Cade Jenisek gets it done 31/100ths of a second. And then actually, that's a really good run all the way around. Ran a 583 with a 6, 583 with a 6. Sean Reed turned it red by 4/1000ths of a second. And then ran a 566 with a 0 on a 5.6 index. And that's good enough for that number one spot. But there's 13 boats in the class. So we'll see how long that holds. Maybe it will. 6/100ths of a second. Here's our next pair of Pro Mods. In the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left lane, boat number 947 is Jeremy Schmidt. No Excuses, the name of the machine. In the Superior Audio Sounds right-hand lane, boat number 115S is Greg Lempar out of Comfort, Texas. calls that boat Anger Management. He's won 5 times in San Angelo. He's got good luck on this here water. Can he do it again? We shall see. Sponsored by Jeff Rose, the Cocky Rooster Bar, Jeff Trailer Hills Sales. Thanks to Jamie and Jerry. Top Alcohol Hydro. We are ready for you guys at the in-ramp. Top Alcohol Hydro. We're ready for you at the in-ramp. Personal Watercraft. Start warming them up. Get ready. Stock Eliminator. You're on deck.
They called me while I was sitting in the water. So I'm on the phone buckling her up.
We're waiting to get a couple of those boats pulled out of the shutdown area down there. Looks like Ken Jenkins, they're pulling him over toward the out ramp. As soon as we get that clear, we'll turn these guys loose, let them run. Don't forget to stop by and see Emily at the SDBA merchandise trailer. Set up back here behind us. She's got event shirts for the season finals. She's also got SDBA hoodies and sweatshirts. It's a little warm today, but it'll be hoodie season pretty soon, so now's a good time. Get it early. She also has some of our racers' team shirts back there. She's got shirts from Liquid Voodoo, Nitro Nuts, A Little More Therapy, Silver Bullet, In the Red, Bad Company, Harry Canary, Wild Thing, Don't Blink, Whiskey Tango, Chicks Dig It, Aquaholic. They have kid sizes back there as well for Aquaholic. Hydroclimatic, they've got kid sizes and women's tanks, or tees rather. Tanks and tees over there. Flat Nasty, Mudsucker Mafia, and Through the Fire. All of those shirts available back there at the SDBA merchandise trailer. So go check them out. Some of those shirts, they put a lot of time and energy into those designs. Some of them are just absolutely amazing. All right, here we go. Starter called for the lights. Got Jeremy Schmidt, no excuses, in the left lane. Greg Lempar, Anger Management in the right. Pro Modified, 5.6 seconds is the index. They had identical reaction times. They were both off the line in 36 thousandths of a second. And almost identical runs. Jeremy Schmidt ran a 5.64 with a 3 on a 5.6 index. And Greg Lempar ran a 5.61 with a 3. So a 300th of a second difference between those two machines at the end with identical reaction times at the front. That was a heck of a run right there, and that'll leave Greg Lempar in that number one qualifying spot right now with Jeremy Schmidt right behind him. But there are still 9 boats yet to run. Next up in the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars, left-hand lane is boat number 810, Mallory Carroll. She calls that boat a little more therapy. Driving for David Carroll out of Marble Falls, Texas, sponsored by David Carroll Racing, WCR, and Trinity Racing Ministries. And in the Superior Audio Sounds right-hand lane, boat number 007S is Mr. Steve Walls. Shaken, not stirred, the name of the machine out of San Angelo, Texas. It's a Curtis with a Brodix 521 for power, sponsored by Fastline Fabrications. Buddy Johnson, Walls Tractor Repair, Machine Works Incorporated, Schaefer Oils, O'Reilly Auto Parts in San Angelo, Joe Yarbrough, FPC Services, James and Judy Sheffield, Wayman Pitchford Incorporated, William R. Pascal and Sons Fine Woodworking, and a big thank you to Michelle, Sella, Bruce, Stephen, Carl, Becky, Jason, Shanna, Cody, Mandy, Marvin, Billy, and Tag for all their help. Special thanks to Cody Childress and Jerry Hardwick for their help and knowledge. Both Mallory and Steve Walls are down the list a ways in points. Mallory's about 710 points or so behind the leader, and Steve Walls a little bit behind that. But anything can happen. There's a whole lot of racing to be done this weekend. Right now, your high points leader is Henry Bainey. Jay Hudgens, though, right behind him, somewhere in the neighborhood of about 38 points behind him. Like I said, lots of action to be had this weekend. Anything could happen. We'll just have to wait and see. All right, starter called for the lights. Here we go. Mallory Carroll, a little more therapy in the left lane. Steve Walls, shaken, not stirred in the right. "13 boats registered in Pro Modified this weekend. So I don't know which boat it was. I think it was Mallory's. It sounded like it may not have gone in gear right away. But then it went, and I don't know what happened with Steve Walls. It shut down on him and drifted, and he ended up outside the lane. That's tough luck for him. Mallory Carroll, 1.95 seconds for a reaction time. Steve Walls, 1.22. So obviously both of them having issues. Mallory did get it figured out and was able to make a run out of it. Ran a 5.68 with a 1 on a 5.6 index, and that's good enough for the number 4 spot right now. 158 mile an hour pass. They're going to get a jet ski out there and get Steve Walls hooked up. And I'm not sure which direction they'll go with him yet.
And my dad called.
All right, looks like they're going to pull into the in-ramp. So we're going to need truck and trailer for boat number 007S. Back to the old emergency in-ramp, please. Truck and trailer for 007S. Back to the old emergency in-ramp, please. And your next pair of Pro Modified look like this. In the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left lane. Going to be both. Boat number 178 in the left lane is going to be Travis Tuttle, driving for Doug Mader in the Out of Reach machine out of Rio Vista, Texas. Sponsored by Darrell's Equipment, Social Security. And in the Superior right-hand lane, Superior Audio Sounds right-hand lane, boat number 420 is Terry Kane out of Los Alamos, New Mexico. The boat's a Curtis powered by Chevrolet. He calls it Racing Kane. All right, so we're going to change that just a little bit. We're going to run a right lane single in the Superior Audio Sounds right lane. Boat number 420 is Terry Kane. Racing Kane, the name of the machine, out of Los Alamos, New Mexico. He's only made it to 2 races so far this season. He was in Marble Falls back at the very beginning and then here in San Angelo. It's a long trip from Los Alamos. But he's here now, and he's going to try and make a show of it. We'll see what happens. It's always interesting when Terry Kane's behind the wheel. Terry Kane runs a 571 on a 5.6 index at 145 miles an hour. Almost 2 seconds to get off the line. Looked like it stuttered just a hair, but then he got the job done. All right, now we got ourselves a pair. And it's going to be a fun pair. Check this out. In the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left lane, boat number 178, Travis Tuttle out of Rio Vista. Calls the boat Out of Reach, driving for Doug Mader. And in the Superior Audio Sounds right-hand lane, boat number 927 is Robin Reed. Having a birthday today. Calls the boat Wound Too Tight out of Arlington, Texas. It's a Texas outrigger with a blown alcohol 565 cubic inch engine. Local sponsor, Concho Painting, LLC, based in San Angelo since 1987. Two Guys Marine, Texas Outrigger Boats, CCR Fiberglass and Marine, NGK Spark Plugs, Fun and Sun Boats and Tackle, Trinity Racing Ministries. Special thanks to the crew chief, Wesley Ice. He's standing right over here. The family, Crystal, Emily, Claire, Bob, and Debbie, the Tuttle family, for all they do for us. Cody Childress for our motor program, and the crew, Bink and Bart Giles. All right, here we go. Travis Tuttle out of reach in the left lane. Robin Reed wound too tight in the right. It's going to be good. Going to be fun to watch. Here we go. Robin Reed gets him on a hole shot, 13 hundredths of a second, 13 thousandths of a second for reaction time, and ran a 5.68 with an 8 at 132 mile an hour. He was hitting 142 at the 875. Travis Tuttle on the other side, 35 hundredths of a second for a reaction time, and then ran a 5.71 with a 3. So that'll put Travis Tuttle in the number 7 qualifying spot, and Robin Reed will fall into the number 5 through the first round, but there are still 5 boats to run. And here's your next pair. Jay Hudgens in Aquaholic is going to be in the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left lane. Boat number 832 out of Brandt, Texas. Sponsored by Magnum Trailers, Reale's Italian Cafe, RoostersRepairs.com, and Cody Childress. Special thanks to the crew chief, Dustin Hudgens, and the crew. He's currently number 2 in the points. But like I said, he's, 38 points behind Henry Bainey. Anything could happen in this class. It is just crazy how close they all are. In the Superior Audio Sounds right-hand lane, boat number 45 is Jason Brandt out of Ingram, Texas. Calls the boat Hydro Hysteria. Sponsored by Brandon and Ashley Lofstrom, Brady, Texas. Guild Mortgage, Felix Gomez Jr., racing in memory of Papa Sean Monahan, or racing in memory of Papa Sean, and Monahan City Limits Bar and Grill helping to support him. All right, starter called for the lights. Here we go. Jay Hudgens in Aquaholic in the left lane. Jason Brandt, Hydro Hysteria in the right. Pro Modified, running on a 5.6 second index. Jay Hudgens gets off the line in 51 thousandths of a second and ran a 5.67 with a 4 on a 5.6 index. And believe it or not, that's still only good enough for the number 4 qualifying spot. This is a tough group of racers right here. Jason Brandt, 27 hundredths of a second for his reaction time, and then ran a little fast. Ran a little slow rather, 6.52 with a 3 on a 5.6 index. And if my looking is correct, that means the last pair should be Henry Bainey and Mickey Snyder. We only got one of them. That's Henry Bainey in the Superior Audio Sounds right-hand lane, boat number 459. They call that one Don't Blink out of Burton, Texas. It's a Curtis, powered by Chevrolet, sponsored by Ranch King Trailers, Schaefer Racing Oil, Western Airways, Rick Heidel, American Brick and Stone, Gomez Landscaping, Hunt and Hunt, Central Texas Jet Boats, Roosters Repairs, American Fiberglass Repair. And as always, a big love you to Mama Alice. Here we go. Woo. Henry makes that look easy every single time. 26/100ths of a second for a reaction time and ran a 5:57 with a 3 and broke out by 26 thousandths of a second. And that'll bump him all the way down to that number 11 qualifying spot at the moment. But if all goes as planned, we still got 3 rounds of qualifying to go, so there's plenty of time to fix that. We'll see what happens. Personal Watercraft, we need your boats at the in-ramp, please. Personal Watercraft, we need your boats at the in-ramp, please, for round 2. Stock Eliminator, need you warmed up, ready to go. Modified Eliminator, need you standing by. And I believe that's it for Pro Modified.
Race fans, don't move. There's more racing on Racer H2O coming up right after these messages. Please be sure to subscribe to this channel or follow this page for more amazing watercraft racing coverage. Thanks again for watching Racer H2O. Race fans, don't forget to take those 3 simple steps to help Racer H2O on YouTube. First, subscribe to our channel by clicking on the subscribe button. Next, click on the like button to let everyone know how much you enjoyed watching our content. Then, be sure to click on the bell button to be informed anytime Racer H2O posts new content. Thanks for doing your part, race fans. We hope you enjoy our show.
RacerH2O.com is the place to go to find easy-to-use links to our social media. Watch, read, listen to, and enjoy our content on demand for free on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, and RacerH2O.com.
Race fans, welcome back to Racer H2O. Before we return to the show, please remember to subscribe to this channel or follow this page. Thanks. Now, let's get back to the racing.
Your audio sounds right-hand lane. Boat number 647 is Mickey Snyder out of Rio Medina, Texas. He calls that boat Top Gun, sponsored by Snyder Motorsports, Napa, Rio Medina Truck and Auto, and Marine, Rio Fab and Welding, Custom Powder Coating, Four-Way Bar and Grill, Trinity Ministries, Lowly Construction, Long's Machine, Postal Annex, Rowdy Tees, Twisted Tags and Embroidery, and thanks to his wife Glenda and Pit Crew. Here we go. Yeah. Okay. 84 hundredths of a second for a reaction time, but then ran a 794 with a 1. Didn't ever sound like it really got comfortable all the way down. We'll see what happens. Hopefully they get that squared away and get him back for round 2. Personal Watercraft, this is your final call. Personal Watercraft, your final call. Stock Eliminator, I need you guys to the in-ramp, please. Next up, in the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left-hand lane, we have got a top alcohol flat. Excellent. But my wife will wear one. Top alcohol flat. These are the funny cars of drag boat racing. And that is Marcus Kinsey, driving for Jimmy Kinsey out of Marble Falls, Texas. Sponsored by J&M Kinsey Plumbing, Chewy's Body Works, CP Carrillo. They call that boat Bad Company. These are 5-second boats, 170 mile an hour, somewhere in that neighborhood. A lot of horsepower sitting on the back of a little flat bottom boat. Anything can happen. They're always fun to watch. There's 5 seconds left on the countdown. Here we go. Watch that capsule. It's on. I thought he was going to ride that wheelie all the way down. But he let it down. 15 hundredths of a second for reaction time. Ran a 6:24 with a 5 at 152 mile an hour. Stock Eliminator, I need you guys to the in-ramp, please, for round 2 of qualifying. Stock Eliminator. Need you guys to the in-ramp for round 2 of qualifying. Modified Eliminator should be warming up, getting ready. Top Eliminator, you guys are on deck. And we're going to switch sides here real quick, I believe. So in the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left lane is going to be Marty Logan out of Midlothian, Texas. They call that boat Living the Dream, and they are indeed. He's got a list of sponsors as long as my arm, but none of them are in the computer right at this moment, so I can't give you that. But I do know that they had this boat 2-3 weeks ago. They had this boat all the way down to the hull, chasing down wiring issues. kept burning up ignitions, had all kinds of issues. They finally got it all put back together, and they made it here, but they were scrambling trying to get it done. In fact, they weren't able to make the KDBA race last weekend in Wheatland, but they got it done, and they got here. And he's in the right lane right at the moment, but I think we're going to move him over to the left. Nope, we're going to leave him in the right. So he's going to run in the Superior Audio Sounds right-hand lane. Top Alcohol Hydro. 200-mile-an-hour boat. In fact, this boat holds the SDBA current record with a 209.19. Yes, indeed. 3 thousandths of a second for a reaction time. 0:03. And they ran a 4:40 with a 4. 4:40 with a 4 for a 200-mile-an-hour pass.
440 with a 4, 200 mile an hour. 003 light.
003 for a light. Marty Logan. That guy's solid. You got to watch him. And that does it for the first round of qualifying for the finals. And we are now going to get everything reset up here, and we're going to start round 2 with personal watercraft. They're already putting those guys in the water. Stock Eliminator should be headed that way. Modified Eliminator should be warmed up and ready to go. Don't forget to step back here and visit with some of our vendors. We got a whole bunch of vendors back there on Vendor Row. If you're looking for food, they got Break Time 2, El Trompo del Nascar with tacos, quesadillas, and burgers. Boogies with burgers, brisket, and pulled pork. Hidden Treasures Cafe, they've got wraps, burgers, and salads. And the Valley Coffee Company has got cold brew lattes. If you're looking for other stuff, Drag Boat Review is back there. They've got their brand new hot off the press September 2022 edition on the table over there. Stop by and grab you one. Sign up for a subscription. Get that thing sent to the house. You can keep up with all of the drag boat racing associations across the country. And also while you're there, Beverly's also got t-shirts, tank tops, and long sleeve shirts. She's got caps, koozies, earplugs if you're going to need those. Some of these boats are kind of loud. Magazines and subscriptions. Fine silver boat pendants and necklaces. And you can also talk to them and maybe sign up for a RESP membership. Maybe buy your raffle tickets. RESP is the Racers Emergency Support Program. They provide support to racers, their crews, their families, anybody that may or may not have an incident, or if they have any kind of an incident here on the course. They're raffling off this year a Yeti Tundra 110. It's worth about $500, $5 a ticket. They also have 4 consolation prizes. It's an AO canvas soft cooler that'll hold 36-pack and 20 pounds of ice. And then there is West Texas Country Designs. They're having a huge clearance, by the way. All their t-shirts and tank tops are on sale for $5. Not all of them for $5, but $5 each. They also have insulated cups and things like that. Mimi's Busy Bee, also insulated cups and whatnot over there. Spring Creek Marina and RV Park store is right down there by the in-ramp. If you need some more ice, or if you need some additional beverages, whatever the case may be, they've got it for you down there. Speaking of the Spring Creek Marina store down there will be a show and shine tonight. Registration is from 7 to 7:30, drivers and crew chiefs. And then after that, we'll have the show and shines. There will be cash and prizes. Sponsors are the Spring Creek Marina, Carroll Haas Racing, SDBA, Dock and Boat Rescue, and Trinity Racing Ministries. All of those folks helping to sponsor the show and shine tonight, right over there by the Spring Creek Marina store. Modified Eliminator, need your boats to the in-ramp, please. Modified Eliminator, need your boats to the in-ramp. Top Eliminator, need you warming up, getting ready. Pro Eliminator, need you guys on deck. In the Superior Audio Sounds right-hand lane, boat number 117S is Brendan Lempar. They call that ski Megalodon, and he's dialed in at a 15 flat. Ran a 14.937 on the last pass. And then ran a 14.81 with a 6 on a 15 flat this time and broke out by almost 0.2 of a second. And it will not improve his situation at all. He'll remain in that number 4 qualifying spot through 2 rounds of qualifying. While you're out and about looking at stuff, stop by and see Emily at the SDBA merchandise trailer. She's got your official event shirts. She's also got team shirts from a lot of our racers. Flat Nasty, Alcoholic Behavior, Through the Fire, Nitro Nuts, A Little More Therapy, Silver Bullet, In the Red, Bad Company, Harry Canary, Wild Thing, Don't Blink, Whiskey Tango, Chicks Dig It, Hydroclimatic, Trinity Racing Ministries, and Mudsucker Mafia. All of those folks have shirts over there. And Liquid Voodoo. And I left them for last only because they have a brand new shirt that just went up on the rack like 5-10 minutes ago. And it is pretty friggin' cool. So cruise over there, grab yourself a Liquid Voodoo shirt. All right, next up in the Superior Audio Sounds right lane, boat number 238, Shelby Hudgens. Catch Me If You Can, the name of the boat. She's dialed in at a 15.3, sponsored by Magnum Trailers, American Fiberglass Repair, Roosters Repair, and special thanks to Todd at Magnum Trailers. Dialed in at a 15.3, ran a 15.73 with a 9. And she'll stay in the number 5 qualifying spot. Here comes your high points leader for personal watercraft. In the Superior Audio Sounds right lane, boat number 004 is Angeli Shaw. Calls the boat Being Bad. 2019 high points champ, 2020, or 2020 rather, high points runner-up. Currently your points leader for 2022. We'll see what happens. Thanks to Mom, Dad, the Bad Company race team, Crown Over Fence and Welding, Grandpa and Jim, the Sherwood family, and Luke's Paving, Derek and Melanie Crownover. Special thanks to SDBA. It's been a great ride. Angeli will be leaving us at the end of this season. She's graduating high school next May and be leaving for college. So it'll be kind of a cool way to go out with a win and a high points championship in her pocket. She's dialed in at a 13.5, currently your number 2 qualifier. And she will stay number 2. She broke out by 12 thousandths of a second. Dialed in at a 13.5, ran a 13.487. And here comes Jacob Nodler. Boat number 357, they call it Long Time Coming. In the Superior Audio Sounds right-hand lane, thanks to Mom, Dad, Ona and Opa, Mike Sorensen, Carl Nichols, Gary Payne, Jim J, Chris, Clay, Ellis County Barbecue, and everyone who's helped along the way. Dedicating this season to his Uncle Tall Paul Bischoff. And added a sponsor, GNC Machine. Dialed in at a 12.79. At the end of the first round in the number 7 qualifying spot. He's got himself a fancy, flashy Hawaiian shirt on too. That's for luck. Look at that. It gave him some. He moved all the way up to the number 3 qualifying spot with that run. Dialed in at a 12.79, ran a 12.90 with a 2. with a 0:05 reaction time. 0:05. That'll get it done. All right, Matt Miller, here we go. Jody Smith driving almost Miller time for Matt Miller out of El Reno, Oklahoma. Boat number 262 in the Superior Audio Sounds right-hand lane. Sponsored by Huffman Performance, Smoke on the Water, the Circle of Trust. Jody's dialed in at 11 and 23. Currently in the number 7 spot with an 11:205. And that'll do it. Moves up to number 3. She turned it red by 1900ths of a second, but then ran an 11:34 with a 2 on an 11:23 dial-in. And that'll move her into the number 3 qualifying spot, right behind Colton Byler and Angelo Shaw. Jacob Nodler will be right behind that. All right, here we go. The Golden Child, boat number 65. Mallory Carroll driving for Raven Broadway. He's in school right now and can't get here. So she stepped in and said, let's get this done. Dialed in at a 10-6, currently the number 8 qualifier. And she moves them up a couple of spots to number 6. Runs a 10.76 with a 2 on a 10.6 dial-in. Stock Eliminator. We need you guys to the in-ramp, please. Stock Eliminator. In the Superior Audio Sounds right-hand lane, boat number 19 is Lynn Blackburn. Calls the boat doing time 2. Currently sitting in the number 5 qualifying spot with a 10.63 and 5. Dials in with a 10.63. Modified Eliminator, need your boats at the in-ramp, please. Modified Eliminator, need your boats at the in-ramp. Top Eliminator, you guys should be warmed up and ready to go. Pro Eliminator, stand by, you're on deck. Lynn Blackburn moves up into the number 2 qualifying spot. I think she was, moves up into the number 2 spot. 10.67 with a 1, turned it red by 0.14 of a second. And here's your current number 1 qualifier in the Superior Audio Sounds right lane. Boat number 1469 is Colton Byler. He calls that boat Stretch, and he's dialed in at a 12.8. He earned that number 1 spot with a 12.82. Well, nothing will change for Colton Byler. Dialed in at a 12.8, ran a 12.74 with a 4 and broke out by 0.05 of a second. And I think that's it for personal watercraft. And should be bringing us now to Stock Eliminator. All right, so we're going to hold for just a second. Let Johnny Love take a look at a sensor. And then we will move into Stock Eliminator. Want to thank our sponsors making it possible for us to be out here for the season final here at the SDBA. Want to thank San Angelo RV, Universal Equipment Rentals and Sales, Fuzzy's Taco Shop, San Angelo Chamber of Commerce, Precision Construction, WFO Motorsports, Town Square, Hawkins Golf Carts, Cisco Equipment, Petro Communication, Pat Kinsey Drywall, WCR Construction, Nitrous Outlet, DMPE Awnings, Fatheads, Marty Logan House of Color, Sunoco Race Fuels, Racing Junk, Fox Magic, Photo Magic rather, KCSA Community Radio, Superior Audio, Can Do, Cooper's Barbecue, Discover San Angelo, and Spring Creek Marina. All of those folks helping to sponsor us here for the season final for the 2022 Southern Drag Boat Association season. And we are super stoked to have all of those sponsors on board. Modified Eliminator, this is your final call to the in-ramp. Modified Eliminator, your final call. Top Eliminator, need your boats to the in-ramp, please. Top Eliminator, need your boats at the in-ramp. Pro Eliminator, I need you guys warmed up, ready to go. Quick Eliminator, stand by. Okay, here we go. In the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left lane, boat number 982 is Dusty Peterson. Out of Los Alamos, New Mexico, he calls that boat Collusion. He's dialed in at a 9 and 25. In the Superior Audio Sounds right-hand lane, boat number 1776 is Ricky Brooks, calls the boat American Pride. Been working on this boat for 3 years, hoping to get it dialed in and take a win. Let's see if he can do it this weekend. Sponsored by Cool Creations, Winger Race Engines, Central Texas Jets. So Dusty Peterson in the left lane, dialed in at a 925, ran a 958 with a 5 on 9/10 of a second for a reaction time. Definitely not the run he wanted. And Ricky Brooks on the other side lost a point, moved down into the number 3 spot with a 6400th of a second reaction time and ran a 946 with a 2 on a 939 dial in. In the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left lane, boat number 80 is Mr. Doug Fox. Sponsored by Flying F Farms. They call the boat Worst Case Scenario. He's currently your number 10 qualifier and dialed in with a 9.4. In the Superior Audio Sounds right-hand lane, boat number 424 is Radney Blackstock, driving for Al Kirshner. Racing in memory of Max Davis. Thank you, MTR. They call the boat Plum Crazy, and he's dialed in at a 925. Currently your number 4 qualifier. I don't know what happened with Doug Fox, but that was definitely not the run they were looking for. He dialed in a 9.4, ran a 12.18 with a 1. Rodney Blackstock on the other side. And apparently Doug Fox went outside the lane as well, so he'll be DQ'd on that run. It won't count. Rodney Blackstock on the other side, 1400ths of a second for reaction time, and then ran a 929 with an 8 on a 925 dial in. And I believe was number 4 qualifier, now bumps up to number 3. So Doug Fox actually came into the weekend in the lead for the points, but a DQ in the second round of qualifying probably won't help, especially considering Zachary Watson's actually only about 200 points behind him, and Steven Russell is only another 100 behind that. So it's very tight at the top of the stock eliminator lines. All right, here we go in the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left lane. Boat number 0647 is going to be Garrick Snyder, driving for Mickey Snyder in a boat they call Young Gun. And in the Superior Audio Sounds right lane, boat number 877 is Justin Stewart. White Girl Wasted, the name of the boat. Dialed in at a 9.4. Mickey Snyder dialed in at a 9.15. Here we go. Garrick Snyder, 52 thousandths of a second for a reaction time. He dialed in a 9.15, ran a 9.17 with a 5. And that'll bump him up to the number 2 qualifying spot. Justin Stewart, 19 hundredths of a second for a reaction time. Dialed in at a 9.4, ran a 9.43 with a 1. Couple of really nice runs. And that'll put Stewie in the number 4 qualifier spot. All right, here's your next pair for stock eliminator in the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left lane. Boat number 707 is Natasha Cruz. Calls the boat Cracker Jack. She's dialed in at a 9.85. Sponsored by Han Motorsports, Carter Rig Service, Eagle Motorsports, Jimmy and Priscilla Kemp, and special thanks to Cheryl Hand, head cheerleader, and Chase West. In the Superior Audio Sounds right lane is Stephen Russell. Boat number 817, Harry Canary. He's dialed in at 9.44, sponsored by A. Shaw. Outlaw Crew, Eagle Motorsports. Special thanks to Rick Gordon and Jimmy Kemp. Cedarbuilt, Pumps by Chop, Back in Black Crew. And thank you to his parents and also the VFW and Auxiliary in Willow, California. Like I said, Stephen Russell only a couple of 100 points off the leader, and Doug Fox just missed a step on the last run. So whole lot of things could be changing at the top of this stock eliminator group. Well, Stephen Russell turns it red by 21 hundredths of a second, and then got too fast at the other end as well and didn't help himself at all. 9.44 was his dial in. He ran an 8.34 with a 9. Natasha Cruz dialed in at a 9.85 and ran a 10.07 with a 2. Your next pair for stock eliminator in the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left lane. Boat number 746 is Blackie Bame out of Rio Medina, Texas. Calls the boat Blackie's Magic. He's dialed in at a 10.58. Currently your number 1 qualifier with a 10.6. And in the Superior Audio Sounds right lane, boat number 007X is Bailey Schmidt. They call that boat Silver Bullet, dialed in at 11.15. So Blackie came in as the number 1 qualifier. He'll stay the number 1 qualifier through 2 rounds. Dialed in at a 10.58, ran a 10.59 with a 1. with 11 hundredths of a second for reaction time. Bailey Schmidt, 59 hundredths of a second for a reaction time, dialed in at an 11:11, ran an 11:18, and will be in the number 5 qualifying spot at the end of 2 rounds. Next up in the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars, left lane, boat number 1457 is Zachary Watson. He's dialed in at a 9 flat, calls the boat Chicks Dig It. And in the Superior Audio Sounds right lane, boat number 252, Tanya Scribner, calls the boat Wicked TNT. She's dialed in at a 9.1. So Tanya dials in at a 9.1, run a 9.36 with a 4. With 23 hundredths of a second for a reaction time. Man, them ducks are fast. And that'll leave her in the number 12 qualifying spot for now. Zachary Watson on the other side, though, he moves to number 3. Dialed in at a 9 flat, ran a 9.05 with a 2 on a 28 hundredth of a second reaction time. And that's a good looking run. All right, here we go. In the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left lane, boat number 40 is John Murray out of Kingsland, Texas. Calls the boat Hot Water 6. This little outboard can run pretty good, though. He's dialed in at a 9.35. In the Superior Audio Sounds right lane, boat number 061 is Frank Mummy out of San Antonio, Texas. Calls the boat Break Out Another 1,000. And he's dialed in at a 10.18. So John Murray turns it red by 29 hundredths of a second. And then broke out by 34 hundredths of a second. He dialed in a 9.35, ran a 9.005. Frank Mummy on the other side, he broke out as well, 17 thousandths of a second, dialed in at a 10.18, ran a 10.16 on 22 hundredths of a second for a reaction time. And it doesn't really help either one of them. They'll still stay number 13 and 14, respectively, in the list of 18 boats. So here's your next pair in the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars. Left-hand lane is Michael Ratliff. Another little outboard. They call that one capital punishment. Currently your number 17 qualifier, and he's dialed in at a 9-4. In the Superior Audio Sounds right-hand lane, boat number 064 is Bruno Knopp. He calls that boat checkered past. Currently your number 18 qualifier out of 18 boats. And he's dialed in at a 965. Here we go. Top Eliminator, this is your final call. Top Eliminator, your final call to the in-ramp. Pro Eliminator, go ahead and bring yours to the in-ramp. Pro Eliminator, go ahead and bring them to the in-ramp. Quick Eliminator, start warming them up, get ready. And Pro Jet, you guys are on deck. So Michael Ratliff off the line in 22/100ths of a second. And then ran a little fast, dialed in at a 9-4, ran a 9:39 with an 8. And that won't help him. He'll actually go down a spot and stay in the number 18 qualifying spot. Bruno Knopp on the other side, though, jumps up. He went from number 18 to number 11 with a 989 and 6 on a 965 dial in. Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars, left lane is George Ochoa. Somewhere down in Texas, the name of the boat, boat number 789. Currently your number 7 qualifier, and he's dialed in with a 975. Ran an 1199 last time down. Hopefully they got that figured out. And in the Superior Audio Sounds right lane, boat number 222 is JT Mooney. Riser above, the name of the boat. Dialed in at a 9 flat. Well, George Ochoa got it figured out and now ran a 996 with a 4 on a 975 dial in. 1.16 seconds for a reaction time, but it'll move him up to the number 11 spot. JT Mooney stays number 17, 44/100ths of a second of a reaction time, and ran a 987 with a 7 on a 9 flat dial in. All right, moving now into modified eliminator, running on an 8-second index, and your first pair looks like this. In the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left lane, boat number 311 is going to be Andrew Decker. Calls the boat in too deep. And Jesse James Jr. in the Superior Audio Sounds right-hand lane in the Outlaw. So Andrew Decker on an 8-second index runs an 8:06 with an 8 on 200ths of a second for a reaction time. Jesse James Jr., 36 thousandths of a second for his reaction time and ran an 8:04 with a 3. Next up in the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left lane, boat number 345 is going to be Jeremy Alexander. Calls that boat Blue Bayou. And in the Superior Audio Sounds right-hand lane, boat number 018 is Hardy Cole. Driving for Mickey Harlow. They call the boat Booger Red. That's a custom craft powered by Chevrolet. Sponsored by Jet Boat Bills Performance in Tulsa. Sonia Owensby in Odessa, 4A Pest Control in Odessa, Dead Aim Racing in Odessa, Carol McKinney in St. Louis, Missouri, Dirty Bottom Racing in Joplin, Missouri, Ellison Systems in Odessa, and LOB Racing Products. And he is currently, check this out, your number 2 qualifier with an 8:0012. Your number 1 qualifier right now is Randy McDonald with an 8:001. Both drivers turned it red. Jeremy Alexander by 0.14 of a second and then ran an 8:06 with a 4 on an 8-second index. And Hardy Cole and Booger Red ran an 8:200. Pro Eliminator, this is your final call. Pro Eliminator, your final call. Quick Eliminator, go ahead and bring them to the in-ramp, please. Quick Eliminator, bring them to the in-ramp. Pro Jet, need you guys warmed up. Pro Comp Flat, need you to be standing by. You're on deck. So here comes your next pair. In the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left lane, boat number 794 is Randy McDonald. Calls the boat High Voltage. Currently your number 1 qualifier with a 8:001. Tyler Boehm is in the right lane, boat number 572. He calls it the Slippery Pickle. Here we go. Randy McDonald runs an 8:02 with an 8, 8:02 with an 8. Tyler Boehm gets a little fast. 77 thousandths of a second too fast. Ran a 7:92 with a 2 on an 8-second index. Next up in the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left lane, boat number 157 is James Kemp. Calls the boat Side Chick. And in the Superior Audio Sounds right lane, boat number 0657 is Grant Snyder. Big Iron, the name of that boat. 8 seconds is the index. Here we go. James Kemp turned it red by 77 thousandths of a second, and then ran an 8.301. 8.301 on 8-second index. That'll leave him in the number 8 qualifying spot. Grant Snyder runs an 8.09 with a 3. 8.09 and 3. And that'll bring him up to the number 6 qualifying spot in the Big Iron machine. Quick Eliminator, this is your final call to the in-ramp. Quick Eliminator, your final call to the in-ramp. Pro Jet, go ahead and bring them to the in-ramp, please. Pro Jet, bring them down. Pro Comp Flat, warm them up and be ready. Pro Outlaw, you're on deck. In the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left lane, boat number 314 is Austin Fugate out of Fort Worth, Texas. Calls the boat Minimum Effort. 2 Guys Marine, Fugate Construction, Beaver Fab, Tony Hendricks Engines, Crusader Sports and Academy Special, all helping to sponsor. In the Superior Audio Sounds right lane, boat number 1111 is Stephen Walls. Calls the boat Happy Hour, sponsored by Fastline Fabrications, Buddy Johnson Walls Tractor Supply, Tractor Repair rather, Machine Works Incorporated, Schaefer Oil, O'Reilly Auto Parts. So Austin Fugate with a 61,000th of a second reaction time and an 8.074 will stay in the number 6 qualifying spot at the end of the day. And in the Superior Audio Sounds right lane, Stephen Walls ran an 8.14 with a 9, and that's only good enough for the number 8 spot. Next up in the Superior Audio Sounds right-hand lane, boat number 000 is CD Word from right here in San Angelo, Texas. Calls the boat Rockets Red Glare. Sponsored by CW Metal Construction and family, Becky, Megan, Corey, Chris, Case, and Miranda Word, all helping out. He's currently the number 9 qualifier with an 8.23 and 3. Got to get a whole lot closer to that 8 if he wants to move up a bunch. Didn't really move up any. Ran an 8:22 with a 9. 8:22 with a 9. That'll leave him in the number 9 qualifying spot. 24 hundredths of a second in the red. 2 more rounds of qualifying tomorrow. We'll see what we can do with that. All right, here we go. Top Eliminator now, running on a 7-second index. In the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left lane, boat number 655 is going to be Ashley Winslet out of Dallas, Texas. Had herself a heck of a run in the first round. Sponsored by Rhino Co., Rebecca Banks, Fastline Fabrications. Thanks to Mom, Dad, Brian, Chantel, Ryder, Nancy Stacks, Bill Diaz Racing for the Davises. Her mentors and family, Jerry, Nancy, and Max, all racing in heaven. You will be missed. And in the Superior Audio Sounds right lane, boat number 211 is Randy Cockrell. Calls that boat Can't Get Right, sponsored by Steve Pruitt at Hold My Beer. WBR Motorsports, his brother Wes, Bill Diaz, Lily Construction, his beautiful wife Samantha. Ashley Winslet jumped early and turned it red by 95 thousandths of a second and then ran a 7:103 on a 7-second index. And that'll leave her in that number 2 qualifying spot for today. In the Superior Audio Sounds right lane, boat number 211 is Randy Cockrell, 14 hundredths of a second. And then ran a 7:209. And that'll leave him in the number 5 spot at the end of the day. Next up in the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left lane, boat number 715 is Jerry Branham. Out of Tyler, Texas, calls the boat Back in Black, sponsored by WeSellGrass.com, Eagle Motorsports, Lone Star Pump, FloatFix.com, Pumps by Chop. And in the Superior Audio Sounds right lane, boat number 990 is Steven Sutton. Calls the boat Borrowed Money. Pro Jet, we need your boats at the in-ramp, please. Pro Jet, need your boats at the in-ramp, please. Pro Jet, need your boats to the ramp. Pro Comp Flat, need you warmed up, ready to go. Pro Outlaw, stand by, you're on deck. Okay, here we go. Clock's running 25 seconds on the countdown. In the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left lane, Jerry Branham, back in black. In the Superior Audio Sounds right lane, Stephen Sutton, borrowed money. Jerry Branham, look at this run. 7:00:07 on 89 thousandths of a reaction time. And that will put him in the number 1 qualifying spot, and it will be tough to beat. 7:00:07. Stephen Sutton, I'm not sure what happened. I don't think I ever heard the boat start down there. I can't really see that right lane because there's a tree branch in the way. But he's still sitting at the holding rope. So I don't know if the boat even fired. That 0:00:07 will be hard to beat. That might hold all the way through tomorrow. In fact, I'll be honest, I'll be kind of surprised if it doesn't. All right. So Stephen Sutton looks like he got it started. We added Bob Winder in the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left lane. Boat number 050, Mama's Diamond. Sponsored by Merrick Brothers, Hudson's Automotive, Site Pro, United Rentals, L&W Materials, Action Gypsum, and Lone Star Material. Stephen Sutton got it running 1/10 of a second for a reaction time. Ran a 7:51 with a 2. Not the run he wanted, and it'll leave him in the number 8 spot after 2 rounds of qualifying. Bob Winder ran a 7:63 with a 6, and that'll leave him in the number 7 qualifying spot after 2 rounds. ProJet, this is your final call to the in-ramp. Pro Comp Flat, we need your boats at the in-ramp, please. Pro Comp Flat, we need your boats at the in-ramp. Pro Outlaw, need you guys warmed up, ready to go. Pro Mod, you're on deck. Here comes your next pair of top eliminators. In the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left lane, boat number 494 is George Olson. Sponsored by Olson Piling. Racing out of Galveston, Texas, calls the boat Money Well Wasted. And in the Superior Audio Sounds right-hand lane, boat number 828 is Kevin Conklin. Calls the boat Texas High Risk. He's driving for Jim Burns out of Midland, Texas. The boat's a Curtis powered by Chevrolet. Sponsored by Bethany and Daniel Lindley, Tap Magic Cutting Oil, Hendrick Motors, and the entire crew that always supports us, Wayman Pitchford Incorporated, and Universal Equipment Rentals and Sales. So George Olson, 33 hundredths of a second for reaction time, ran a 7:13 with a 3, 7:13 with a 3, and he'll finish the day in the number 4 qualifying spot. Kevin Conklin, little fast, broke out by 15 thousandths of a second, ran a 6:98 with a 4. So his 7:08 with a 3 will hold, and he'll stay in the number 5 qualifying spot coming into tomorrow. We got 2 more rounds of qualifying to get through tomorrow. So a lot of this stuff could change, but I don't know if anybody's going to take that number 1 spot from Jerry Branham. They're going to have to work hard to do it. And here comes the last of our top eliminators. He's your number 2 qualifier with a 7:01 and 5. It's going to be Matt Miller out of El Reno, Oklahoma. Sponsored by Miller Excavation, Huffman Performance, Smoke on the Water. Thanks to Allie, Radley, and Hazel for all of their help. Calls the boat Miller time, because why wouldn't you if your last name was Miller? You have to. All right, we got 5 seconds on the countdown. Matt Miller's in the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left lane. Miller time, the name of the boat. Here we go. He runs a 7:08 with a 2, and it won't change anything. He'll stay in that number 2 qualifying spot. Turned it red, though, 76 thousandths of a second. And now we're going to move into Pro Eliminator. Pro Eliminator runs on a 6.5 second index. In the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars, left-hand lane, boat number 789 is Dawson Dickerson. He calls the boat Dad's Pocketbook, sponsored by Harry's Machine, Affordable Engine, Olson Pilings, and SWAT Speed and Marine. He is currently the number 1 qualifier with a 6:55 with a 1. And in the Superior Audio Sounds left right-hand lane, boat number 84 is Don Topliff. Calls that boat the Bullet, licensed into Pro Eliminator this morning. That boat's a Sanger powered by Chevrolet, sponsored by Whiskey River in San Angelo. Dr. T Racing, thanks to crew chief John Mesachek, his wife Linda, his daughter Brooke, and his crew Ty Chandler and Doug Fox for all their help. Pro Comp Flat, need your boats at the in-ramp, please. Pro Comp Flat, I need your boats at the in-ramp. So those 2 runs didn't really change anything. Dawson Dickerson will stay number 1. Don Topliff will stay number 3. Dawson Dickerson, 18 hundredths of a second for reaction time, ran a 6:56 with a 7 on a 6.5 index. And Don Topliff ran a 6:61 with a 5. Turned it red by almost 0.2 of a second. All right, here we go. In the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left lane, boat number 465 is going to be Chad Coopit out of Broken Bow, Oklahoma, on a boat he calls Warpath. He's currently the number 2 qualifier with a 6:56 on a 6.5 index. That boat's a DeMarco powered by Chevrolet. He's got 472 cubic inches in there. Sponsored by Allen's Welding, Kinda Sharp Vinyl Graphics, Moonlit Mountain Cabins, and Outlaw Boat Races. And in the Superior Audio Sounds right-hand lane is boat number 657. They call that boat 6 to Midnight. That's Gavin Snyder driving for Mickey Snyder. Sponsored by Snyder Motorsports, Napa, Real Medina Truck and Auto, and Marine, Real Fab and Weld. Custom Powder Coating, 4-Way Bar and Grill, Trinity Ministries, Lilly Construction, Long's Machine, RTS Construction, Reagan and Angie Everett, Guild Mortgage, Postal Annex, Rowdy Tees, Twisted Tags and Embroidery, Illuma Lighting, and thanks to the family and crew. Gavin Snyder a little fast last time down, ran a 6:43 with a 6. And that put him in the number 4 qualifying spot out of 4 boats. And he ran a little fast again, ran a 6:42 with a 5, and that won't help him. He'll stay number 4 at the end of the day. Chad Coopit will be the number 2 qualifier. He ran a 6:59 with a 9. Final call for Pro Comp Flat. Final call for Pro Comp Flat. Pro Outlaw, need your boats at the in-ramp, please. Pro Mod, need you guys warmed up, ready to go. Top Alcohol Flat, you're on deck. Top Alcohol Hydro, you're probably on deck too. Pro Outlaw, need your boats at the in-ramp. Pro Mod, start warming them up, get ready. Top Alcohol Flat and Top Alcohol Hydro, you're on deck. Grab your gear and be ready to go. And now we're going into quick eliminator on a 6-second index. All the way over from Las Cruces, New Mexico, is Larry Flores in the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left lane. Boat number 910, he calls it Hydro Climatic. Sponsored by Dynamic Racing Engines, Pine Top Construction. In the Superior Audio Sounds right lane, boat number 623 is Sambo Smith. Sucker Punch, the name of the boat, out of Morro Bay, Arkansas. Well, and that's it for Sambo. That's tough luck. That's not the kind of run we're used to seeing out of him. He's pretty consistent most of the time. Hopefully nothing major, and he can get it squared away in time for tomorrow. Larry Flores in the left lane, turned it red by 1,000th of a second, and then ran a 6:14 with a 6, and that will not improve his time at all, but he will still finish the day as the number 1 qualifier. We'll get our rescue guys out here. I haven't talked about them yet today, but let me just tell you, you see these 2 boats out here, these guys, and every once in a while you kind of see them move around, get in a different spot, do whatever they need to do. Those guys are the top of the line right there. And they are ready to handle just about anything that happens on this course. There are firefighters on that boat.
What's up, troops? Joel Powell Jared coming at you again from San Angelo, Texas. Racer H2O doing the live stream here of the SDBA's Spring Creek Finals. Last race, points-paying race, that is, of the 2022 season. We're in the middle of the first round of qualifying now, fans. Was going to go around and get some interviews, but I got to tell you, there's a lot of people wrenching on their boat, don't really have time to talk. I totally understand. So you know what? Let's just take the camera around and give you your all-access pass look of the pits here in San Angelo. Enjoy.
the number 3 qualifier. Jason Goddard currently number 6. And we got a new number 1 qualifier right there. Jason Goddard runs a 6:01 on a 6-second index at 142 mile an hour, and that'll bump Larry Flotas down a notch, and Jason Goddard will take the number 1 spot. There's our rescue guys right there. Y'all give them a big shout. Thank you very much for everything, guys. Y'all are amazing. Brody Martin, 0.15 of a second, ran a 6:19 with a 9, and he'll be in the number 4 qualifying spot moving into tomorrow. But remember, guys, there's still 2 rounds of qualifying left to go. Lots of things can change, but a 6:01 is kind of hard to beat. I think this is our last 2 quick eliminators. Pro Outlaw, need your boats at the in-ramp. If you're not already there, you're running way late. Pro Mod, you guys should be warmed up, ready to go. I'll be calling you shortly. Top fuel or top alcohol flat and top alcohol hydro. You guys are on deck. I'll be calling you shortly. All right, here comes our last 2 quick eliminators in the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left lane. Boat number 110 is Ken Jenkins. Calls the boat through the fire. He ran a little fast last time down, ended up in the number 6 qualifying spot, ran a 5:95 with a 3. Dedicating this race to Jackson. Special thanks to Gary Gray, Stacy, Rich, Sarah, Todd, and the volunteers for a great job. In the Superior Audio Sounds right lane, boat number 060 is Tommy Powell. Blue Thunder, the name of the boat. He's driving for Ray Males. Sponsored by the Landing Zone, Blues Country Club, Dr. Feelgoods, Henson's Marine, Henson's Racing Engines. And Ken Jenkins ran too fast again, but just barely. He ran a 5:99 with a 9 on a 6-second index. Broke out by 9 thousandths of a second, but that's enough to leave him in the number 7 qualifying spot at the end of 2 rounds. He turned it red at the front end as well, 27 thousandths of a second too early. Tommy Powell had a much better run than his last one. 12 hundredths of a second for a reaction time, and then ran a 6:33 with a 2, and that'll put him in the number 6 qualifying spot at the end of 2 rounds. And I was wrong. We still had 1 more to go, and here it is. In the Superior Audio Sounds right-hand lane, boat number 915 is going to be Jerry Branham out of Tyler, Texas. Calls the boat Back in Black. Currently your number 5 qualifier with a 7:32 and a 9. Just licensed into Quick Eliminator this morning. Trying to see what he can do with it this weekend. All right, that'll help. He ran a 6:14 with a 1, 6:141 at 125 miles an hour. And that'll put him in the number 4 qualifying spot behind Sambo Smith at the end of 2 rounds. So it looks like this: Jason Goddard, Larry Flotas, Sambo Smith, Jerry Branham, Brody Martin, Tommy Powell, and Ken Jenkins bringing up the rear, which is unusual. Not used to seeing Ken down there. But there's 2 more rounds of qualifying tomorrow, so lots of things can change. We'll see how that goes. All right, here we go to Pro Jet. These guys a whole lot of fun to watch. In the Hawkins battery and golf cars, left-hand lane, boat number 987 is Jeremy Dickerson. Out of Lake Charles, Louisiana, calls the boat Can't Quit. Pro Jet only running to the 660 marker. So it'll be those yellow buoys out here in front of us. Jeremy Dickerson currently the number 1 qualifier with a 370. And in the Superior Audio Sounds right-hand lane is boat number 356. That's Robert Ledbetter, the Honey Badger, out of Owasso, Oklahoma. '22 Smoke on the Water Top Fuel Champion. But only ran a 549 rather this morning in the first round. So I'm not sure what's up with that. That is not the kind of run we're used to seeing out of Robert Ledbetter. So that is much more like the run we're used to seeing out of Robert Ledbetter. He ran a 384 with a 234 mile an hour at the 660 mark. And Jeremy Dickerson ran a 515 with a 5. Pro Outlaw, this is your final call to the in-ramp. Pro Outlaw, your final call. Pro Modified, need your boats at the in-ramp, please. Pro Mod, need your boats to the in-ramp. Top Alcohol Flat and Top Alcohol Hydro, warm them up and get ready, please. Pro Mod, need your boats to the in-ramp. Top alcohol flat and top alcohol hydro. Go ahead and warm them up and get ready. And we are now into Pro Comp Flat. And in the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left-hand lane, boat number 034 is Jeff Loring, currently your high points leader in Pro Comp Flat. And unless something absolutely crazy happens, he's 600 ahead of his competition. And I don't know that anybody's going to take that from him. We'll see how it goes. Racing out of Los Alamos, New Mexico, calls the boat Nasty Rumors. And he's dialed in at a 6 flat. Sponsored by Jay and Lori Crocker. Thank you for all the support. Thanks to Jerry and Jessica Hardwick, Jeff Lindeman and his crew chief Tony Elam, and his lovely wife Rebecca. And in the Superior Audio Sounds right lane is boat number 502, Andy Comstock. That boat's a Hondo powered by Chevrolet, sponsored by AC/DC Electric, Night Sales and Manufacturing, Element Salon. Special thanks to his son Chase and friend Tony for all they do. They call that boat Whiskey Tango, and he's dialed in at a 635. Jeff Loring moves up from number 6 to the number 1 qualifying spot with a 6:01 and a 6 with 54 thousandths of a second for a reaction time. Andy Comstock dialed in a 6:35, ran a 6:27 with a 1. I think he was pushed a little bit by Jeff Loring being out there just a little ahead, and he pushed too hard, ran and broke out by 79 thousandths of a second. All right, here we go. In the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left lane, boat number 331 is Tim Ortiz out of Conroe, Texas, calls the boat Never Satisfied. He's had some struggles thus far today. Had some issues during the test and tune run, had some issues during the first round of qualifying. Hopefully they've got that figured out. He's dialed in at a 665 right now, sponsored by Pat Kinsey Drywall. Pat, Rhonda, Archie, Gage, and Cash. Thank you to his wife for supporting him on this crazy venture. And a big thanks to Melton and Jen Tolan for all their help. All right. And in the Superior Audio Sounds right lane, boat number 075 is Larry Skiro. Calls the boat Flat and Nasty out of Highland Haven, Texas. Sponsored by Blue Water Irrigation and Landscape. John and Pat Heineke, Signs Across Texas. Joey Witterberg Construction. Charlotte Cormier with EXP Realty. Triple C Liquor. Four Season Ranch. D&J Construction. Thornbloom Plumbing. Casaperio Equipment. Highland Lakes Watercraft. Thomas Mustang Lube. Houston Heat Treat. Chris Osborne. Austin Ashlyn and his wife Julie for all their help. Hayes dialed in at a 647. Tim Ortiz at a 665. Here we go. So Tim Ortiz, they got whatever it was figured out. He ran a 677 with a 6 for 115 mile an hour pass. 29 hundredths of a second for a reaction time. Larry Skiro, 35 thousandths of a second on his side. And then ran a 6.5 on a 647 dial in. So that'll leave at the end of today. Larry Skiro will be your number 3 qualifier. And Tim Ortiz will be your number 4. So Dylan Crownover was in the Superior Audio Sounds right lane, boat number 00099. Dialed it in at a 6.4, ran a 646 with a 5, and that'll bump him up to the number 4 qualifying spot. Vic Fugate, flat blacked out, was in the left lane, dialed in at a 6.6 and ran a 6.72. And he'll finish out the day in the number 5 spot. Next up in the Superior Audio Sounds right-hand lane, boat number 412 is Cole Henrik. Calls the boat Flat Attack. It's a DeMarco with a blown alcohol Chevrolet for power. Sponsored by Henrik Motorsports, Vic Fugate, Jim Mans, Brian Beaton, and Peterson Tire in San Antonio. Currently your number 7 qualifier with a 728. Dialed in at a 6.5 for this pass. We'll see what happens. 5 seconds left on the countdown. Here we go. Well, he'll stay the number 7 qualifier, and he'll probably have to remove some seat vinyl when he gets where he's going, because that boat got a wee bit hoppy. He did a good job of keeping it under control. Tried to get it to go, and it just wouldn't go, so he just went ahead and popped it down to the other end. We'll get it on the trailer, see if they can figure that out real quick. Pro Outlaw is coming up next. Pro Outlaw runs on a 5.2 second index. And first up in the Hawkins Battery and Golf Carts left-hand lane, boat number 077 is going to be Cody Childress. Calls that boat Bad Influence. He's currently in the number 2 qualifying spot. Sponsored by Travis Tuttle. Lenco Transmissions, TD Transmissions, Galen and Betty Childress, Ken Jenkins, special thanks to his wife and kids, Bentley, Braxton, Brady, and Blakely. Thanks to Mama Judy for all the help. And he's currently your points leader in Pro Outlaw by about 700 points, or exactly 700 points. So it'll be tough for somebody else to bump that, but we'll see what happens. In the Superior Audio Sounds right-hand lane, boat number 521 is Rick Blethroad. In a twin-turbo machine he calls Wild Thing out of Odessa, Texas, sponsored by Alliance Machine, Lone Star Gasket, and Triple ARV. All right, starter call for the lights. Here we go in the Hawkins Battery Golf Cars left lane. Cody Childress, Bad Influence. And in the Superior Audio Sounds right lane, Rick Blethroad and the Wild Thing. Cody Childress jumped early and turned it red by 48 thousandths of a second, and then ran a 5:31 with a 5 on a 5.2 index. And he'll stay in the number 2 qualifying spot. Rick Blethroad on the other side, though, managed to jump into the number 1 spot. 27 hundredths of a second for reaction time, and then ran a 5:25 with a 3 for 178 mile an hour pass. And that was good enough to move him into the number 1 qualifying spot. Next up in the Superior Audio Sounds right-hand lane, boat number 1028 is Mr. Bill Wire. They call that boat aquaholic behavior. Sponsored by BW Construction Company, Opie's Barbecue, Jackson Electric, Bayside Buggies, BCMT Trucking, Truck Country Outfitters, and a special thank you to his hard-working crew. So they have informed me, just so you know, in the pits and you folks that are coming out to watch tomorrow, that we are going to be running 3 rounds of qualifying, not just 2. So by the end of this weekend, there will have been 5 rounds of qualifying, which creates even more opportunities for the point standings to change and weird things to happen. So it's going to be a whole lot of fun. All right, Bill Wire, alcoholic behavior in the Superior Audio Sounds right-hand lane. We had a couple of boats still in the shutdown area down there. We were trying to get those guys cleared. We got it done. ProMod, this is your final call. ProMod, final call. Top alcohol flat, top alcohol hydro. Need your boats to the in-ramp, please. Top alcohol flat and top alcohol hydro. Need your boats at the in-ramp. All right, here we go. Yes, indeed. Bill Wire runs a 5:26 with a 6 on a 5.2 index, and that'll move him into the number 2 qualifying spot behind Rick Blithrode. 35 hundredths of a second for a reaction time. All right, here comes our first pair of Pro Modified in the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars. Left-hand lane's going to be Jason Brandt. Calls the boat Hydro Hysteria out of Ingram, Texas. Sponsored by Brandon and Ashley Lofstrom. In Brady, Texas, Guild Mortgage, Felix Gomez Jr. Racing in memory of Papa Sean Monahan. And thank you to the City Limits Bar and Grill. Jason Brandt currently is the number 10 qualifier with a 6.52 with a 3. Hopefully can improve on that. And in the Superior Audio Sounds right-hand lane, boat number 832 is Jay Hudgens. Calls that boat Aquaholic. Racing out of Burnett, Texas, sponsored by Magnum Trailers, Reali's Italian Cafe, RoostersRepairs.com, and Cody Childress. Special thanks to the crew chief, Dustin Hudgens and crew. I don't think. All right, here we go. In the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left lane, boat number 45, Jason Brandt, Hydro Hysteria. In the Superior Audio Sounds right lane, boat number 832, Jay Hudgens, Aquaholic. Well, Jay Hudgens runs a 5:62 on a 1200th of a second reaction time, and that'll put him in the number 4 qualifying spot. Actually, it put him in the number 2 qualifying spot. .6 seconds is the index for ProMod. I'm not sure what happened with Jason Brandt. All right, so here's your next pair in the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left lane. Boat number 115S is Greg Lempar out of Comfort, Texas. Calls the boat Anger Management. Sponsored by Jeff Rose, the Cocky Rooster Bar, Jeff Trailer Hill Sales, and thanks to Jamie and Jerry. And in the Superior Audio Sounds right lane, boat number 178 is Travis Tuttle, driving for Doug Mater in the Outer Reach Machine out of Rio Vista, Texas. Currently, Travis Tuttle in the number 8 qualifying spot, and Greg Lempar is holding down the number 1 spot. All right, here we go. 5 seconds on the countdown. Greg Lempar in Anger Management. Travis Tuttle out of reach. Greg Lempar jumped early, 0.03 of a second too fast, and then ran a 5.62 with a 7. And Travis Tuttle had a good reaction time, 38 thousandths of a second, but then broke out at the top end, 78 thousandths of a second too fast, ran a 5.52 with a 1 on a 5.6 index. All right, here we go in the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left lane. Boat number 45 is Jason Brandt, races out of Ingram, Texas, calls the boat Hydro Hysteria, sponsored by Brandon and Ashley Lofstrom. In Brady, Texas, Guild Mortgage, Felix Gomez Jr., racing in memory of Papa Sean Monahan. Jason Brandt currently is the number 10 qualifier. And in the Superior Audio Sounds right-hand lane, boat number 716 is Sean Reed. Not celebrating a birthday today, that's Robin Reed, sorry. Sean Reed calls the boat Top Secret. Sponsored by Lucas Oil, NGK, Reed Trucking and Excavating, Hughes Oilfield Transportation, the crew, Steve Sparks, Billy Mendiola, Andrea. All right, here we go. Sean Reed, Top Secret in the right lane. Jason Brandt, Hydro Hysteria in the left. There's 12 seconds left on the countdown. Watch those capsules. Once they close, it's go time. Sean Reed, now your number one qualifier, ran a 5.602 at 162 mile an hour. Turned it red by 12 thousandths of a second. Won't hurt him in qualifying, but he'll need to pay attention. Jason Brandt, 11 hundredths of a second for a reaction time, and then ran just a hair fast. Ran a 5.53 with an 8 on a 5.6 index and broke out by 61 thousandths of a second. And that'll leave him in the number 10 qualifying spot through the first two rounds. In the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left lane is boat number 459. They call that boat Don't Blink. That's Henry Bainey out of Burton, Texas. It's a Curtis 501 powered by Chevrolet, sponsored by Ranch King Trailers, Schaefer Racing Oil, Western Airways, Rick Heidel, American Brick and Stone, Gomez Landscaping, Hunt & Hunt, Central Texas Jet Boats, Roosters Repairs, American Fiberglass Repairs. Special thank you going out to the Naughty Crew. Y'all rock. And as always, a big old love you to Mama Alice. In the Superior Audio Sounds right-hand lane, boat number 420 is Terry Kane. That boat's a Curtis powered by Chevrolet, and they're racing out of Los Alamos, New Mexico. Calls the boat Racing Kane. Currently, Henry Bainey is number 11 qualifier. Came in today in the lead for the points, but only by like 38 points. Behind, with Jay Hudgens right behind him and Robin Reed not too far away. There's only about 400 points different from the number 5 points person all the way up to the points leader. So anything could happen, and we got 3 more rounds of qualifying tomorrow. Starter called for the lights. We got 25 seconds on the countdown. Yep. Well, there we go. Henry Bainey now is your number 3 qualifier. Ran a 5.61 with a 7 on a 5.6 index, 154 mile an hour pass. Terry Kane will be the number 8 qualifier after 2 rounds with a 5.94 and 2. All right, here we go. In the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars, left lane, boat number 810. That is Mallory Carroll. Calls the boat a little more therapy, racing out of Marble Falls, Texas. Sponsored by David Carroll Racing, WCR, and Trinity Racing Ministries. In the Superior Audio Sounds right-hand lane, boat number 947 is Jeremy Schmidt. Calls that boat No Excuses. Mallory Carroll coming out of the first round with the number 6 qualifying spot with a 5.68 and 1. Jeremy Schmidt, number 5, with a 5.64. Little bit of room for improvement there. We'll see what they can do. There's 5 seconds left. Watch those capsules. Yep, here we go. Jeremy Schmidt got nervous and turned it red by 56 thousandths of a second and ran a 5.75 with a 7. Mallory Carroll, 32 thousandths of a second for a reaction time, ran a 5.706. In the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left lane, boat number 007S is Steve Walls. From right here in San Angelo, Texas, calls the boat shaken, not stirred. Did not make the pass in the first round. It's a Curtis hull powered by Brodix, sponsored by Fastline Fabrications, Buddy Johnson, Walls Tractor Repair, Machine Works Incorporated, Schaefer Oils, O'Reilly Auto Parts in San Angelo, Joe Yarbrough, FPC Services, James and Judy Sheffield, Raymond Pritchard Incorporated, and William R. Pascal and Sons Fine Woodworking. Thank you also going out to Michelle, Sella, Bruce, Stephen, Carl, Becky, Jason, Shanna, Cody, Mandy, Marvin, Billy, and Tag for all their help. Also thanks to Cody Childress, and Jerry Hardwick for their help. In the Superior Audio Sounds right-hand lane, boat number 927. Now we got the birthday boy. That's going to be Robin Reed out of Arlington, Texas. That's a Texas outrigger. Local sponsor, Biconcho Painting. Based here in San Angelo since 1987. Two Guys Marine, Texas Outrigger Boats, CCR Fiberglass and Marine, NGK Spark Plugs, Fun and Sun Boats and Tackle, Trinity Racing Ministries. Special thanks to the crew chief, Wesley Ice, and the family, Crystal, Emily, Claire, Bob, and Debbie. The Tuttle family for their help, Cody Childress for the motor program, and the crew, Bink and Bart Giles. Robin Reed currently in the number 7 qualifying spot with a 6:88. Starter called for the lights. Stephen Walls, shaking not stirred. Steve Walls, rather, shaking not stirred in the left lane. Robin Reed wound too tight in the right lane. Pro modified, running on a 5.6 second index. Round 2 of qualifying. 10 seconds left on the countdown. So Robin Reed, 0.12 of a second for a reaction time, ran a 5:64 with a 6. And that'll move him up to the number 6 qualifying spot, 156 mile an hour pass. Steve Walls, 0.19 of a second for a reaction time and ran a 6:34 with a 7 on a 5.6 index. Just a little fast, but it'll be good enough for the number 11 qualifying spot through 2 rounds. Next up in the Superior Audio Sounds right-hand lane, boat number 255 is Cade Jenisek. Calls that boat All or Nothing. Sponsored by JP&E, Eric Dement and the Real Bad Boys, David Kirkland Racing, RASP, and Trinity Racing Ministries. Cade Jenisek currently sitting in the number 10 qualifying spot with a 5:83 and 6. All right, we're going to add another boat in there. Make it a pair in the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left lane. Boat number 647 is Mickey Snyder. Calls the boat Top Gun out of Rio Medina, Texas. Sponsored by Snyder Motorsports, Napa, Rio Medina Truck and Auto and Marine, Rio Fab and Welding, Custom Powder Coating, Four-Way Bar and Grill, Trinity Ministries, Lowly Construction, Long's Machine, Postal Annex, your home office, Rowdy Tees, Twisted Tags and Embroidery, and thanks to his wife Glenda and the pit crew for all of their help. Mickey Snyder, his best run so far of the day was a 794 with a 1 on a 5.6 index. Definitely not the run they were looking for, and we'll see if they got that figured out. But he currently comes in as the number 13 qualifier. Hey, wait.
I'd argue it's the beer after this.
Hey, y'all did good pulling that blower off and putting in the new one back, or the other one back on. Golly. That's why I was sitting. That's why I was sitting. I thought it was. Mark watching it. You need 12 line put in that big of a 12. Yeah. Well, he has a radio himself too. So I'm just kind of listening to see. You always kind of rip it into it.
We just had a little bit of a holdup. Mallory Carroll had shut down out in the outside lane, and they needed to get her towed over to the in-ramp, or out-ramp rather. So real quick, just take a minute and thank our sponsors making it possible for us to be out here. I want to thank Spring Creek Marina, Discover San Angelo, Cooper's Barbecue, Can Do, Superior Audio, KCSA Community Radio, Photo Magic, Racing Junk, Sunoco Race Fuels, Marty Logan House of Color, Fatheads, DMPE Awnings, Nitrous Outlet, WCR Construction, Pat Kinsey Drywall, Petro Communication, Cisco Equipment, Hawkins Battery and Golf Carts, Town Square, WFO Motorsports, Precision Construction, the San Angelo Chamber of Commerce, Fuzzy's Taco Shop, Universal Equipment Rentals and Sales, and San Angelo RV. All of those folks helping to sponsor us here for the season final at the Southern Drag Boat Association, and we appreciate them all very, very much for all of their help and support. All right, Mickey Snyder and Top Gun in the left lane. Cade Jenisek, all or nothing in the right. There's 10 seconds left on the countdown. Watch those capsules. There we go. I'm just going to tell y'all that makes my heart really happy. Cade Jenisek and his crew have been working with that boat since we were here in June, trying to get it going, and they've made 2 complete passes today, and I am super stoked for those guys. 22 hundredths of a second for a reaction time, ran a 592 with a 7 on a 5.6 index. It'll still leave him in the number 10 spot, but you know what? That'll build confidence for that crew and for that driver, and that is exactly what we need. Mickey Snyder, still having troubles. He'll finish the day in the very last spot in qualifying. Ran a 525, or a 725 rather, on a 5.6 index. Not sure what they've got going on, but there's 3 more rounds of qualifying tomorrow. So hopefully they've got some time. They can get that thing figured out overnight. Here we go, top alcohol flat. The funny cars of drag boat racing. Whole lot of fun to watch. Driving for Jimmy Kinsey, that's going to be Marcus Kinsey. They call the boat Bad Company. Out of Marble Falls, Texas. Sponsored by J&M Kinsey Plumbing, Chewy's Body Works, and CP Carrillo. He ran his 624 with a 5 the first time down. And we only have 1 top alcohol flat on the property at the moment, so that makes him the number 1 qualifier automatically, obviously. Hey, while we're waiting on this boat, let me just remind you to go by and see Emily at the SDBA merchandise trailer. She's got your event t-shirts. She's also got brand new SDBA hoodies and sweatshirts. She's got boat team shirts from Flat Nasty, Alcoholic Behavior, Through the Fire, Liquid Voodoo, Nitro Nuts. The Liquid Voodoo's got a brand new shirt up there. Little More Therapy, Silver Bullet, In the Red, Bad Company, Harry Canary, Wild Thing, Don't Blink, Whiskey Tango, Chicks Dig It, and Hydro Climatic. She's also got shirts from Mudsucker Mafia and Trinity Racing Ministries. All right, here we go. Woo. He turned it red by 83 thousandths of a second, but it doesn't matter. Ran a 662 with a 5. And that should bring us to top alcohol hydro. All right, got a top alcohol hydro. This will be a half-track license pass. His name is Ricky House. Looking to get a license in top alcohol hydro. Ricky's been driving top fuel Harleys on the ground, trying to see if he can step into the drag boat racing world. Bad Moon Rising, the name of the boat. I believe this should be a half-track pass. Ricky's making a license pass out there and just kind of getting everything figured out. So we'll give it just a few minutes and let him get it squared away before he goes. Has the potential to be a wee bit more complicated when you're trying to get the boat ready to go, get your helmet down, get all that stuff going, and then still hold on to a holding rope and keep your boat straight in the water. All right, so we'll move him off for a minute. And we're going to move Marty Logan into that superior audio sounds right-hand lane. Marty ran a 200-mile-an-hour pass earlier today. Ran a 197-mile-an-hour pass during test and tune. He currently holds the SDBA record, by the way, with 209. They call that boat Living the Dream, racing out of Midlothian, Texas. Ran a 440 earlier. All right, here we go. Starter called for the lights. Marty Logan, Living the Dream. Top alcohol hydro. 200-mile-an-hour boat.
I hope.
Yes, indeed. That's the way to make it work. Ran a 5:39 with a 298.8 miles an hour with 0.07 of a second for a reaction time.
39? Is that a 39 or a 29?
Marty Logan making it happen. 39.
439. Awesome. A little more than that, you think? No. Yeah, it looks like it was still loaded up. And then he started going. Probably a fucking record.
I want to send out a big thank you while I have the opportunity to the guys from Racer H2O. Always doing a great job out here. And for all you folks sitting at home, watching it on the internet, thank you guys for joining in with us. Want to remind you, we will be back on the water tomorrow morning, hoping for about 9 a.m., and we're going to run 3 rounds of qualifying. So there will be a total of 5 rounds of qualifying for this race, which is super cool. Don't forget tonight, down here by the store, there will be a show and shine Registration for that will be 7 to 7:30. Drivers and crew chiefs. And then we'll have the show and shine. There'll be cash and prizes. Sponsors are Spring Creek Marina, Carroll Haas Racing, SDBA, Dock and Boat Rescue, and Trinity Racing Ministries. And then we're going to have a DJ and some music down by the store tonight. Have ourselves a little dance. All right, here we go. Gonna try this license pass again. Big black one. Whoop. Close the lid and then it shut down. We'll see if they're going to reset and try again. We're going to reset it, give him another shot at it. We're going to need truck and trailer for 151. Back to the old emergency out in ramp. We're going to need truck and trailer for boat number 151 back to the old emergency ramp. All right, and that is going to do it for our program for today. Thank you very much.
Race fans, thank you for watching our live stream coverage of this event. Before we conclude, be sure to subscribe to our YouTube channel, like us on Facebook, and tell everyone you know about Racer H2O. This concludes our coverage for today. Thanks again for watching, and we'll see you 24/7 at racerh2o.com.